Awesome. Thank you. This is Richard Beeler. I'm acting chair today. Actually, I don't know. Maybe we'll take a roll call before I start the thing. So let's take a roll call. Cheryl?
Cheryl Tagayas, member.
Kathleen?
Kathleen O'Donnell, member.
Meredith?
Meredith Hall, member.
Excellent. I'm Rich Beeler, acting chair for Denny today, who's out. So in accordance with the governor's order, suspending certain provisions of the open meeting bylaw relating to the 2020 coronavirus outbreak emergency, the May 27th, 2021 public meeting of the Milton Planning Board shall be physically closed to the public to avoid group congregation. Alternatively, public access to this meeting shall be provided via the Zoom web-based meeting platform and a live telecast on Milton Access Television. Excellent. So we're starting. And yeah, bear with me. This will be my my first time.
There you go.
Here.
Drum roll, drum roll.
Yeah. Tim thankfully said he's going to be on the whole time tonight, so I'm feeling a lot better anyway. All right, Tim, did you want to start off by giving us an update?
So I think we've got minutes, I believe. If you want to
all right, yeah. Sorry, let me open my. It's probably better for me to stare at the. There it is. Now I can see my agenda. Okay. Approval of the minutes, and I think Tim, you had mentioned that there were, Cheryl, I saw you had some changes on some minutes.
I did, and I'm sorry it was just this morning that I sent those, so hopefully folks had a chance to review them.
Yes, I did. Thank you very much for making those changes.
Thank you. Yes.
Excellent. Yep, I think we're all good then.
All right, so then I will make a motion to approve the minutes. Julia, can you recite the dates? And then I would say as amended.
Oh, God.
I have a list here.
Okay. Kathleen, then, would you recite the dates?
April 15, 2021. April 26, 2021. April 8th, executive session.
We can't do those actually unless we're in executive session, so.
Okay, and then we have another set of April 8th, 21, not executive session. May 11th, May 3rd, May 4th, and May 6th, all of 2021.
Is there a second?
What about the 26th, April 26th? Did
I
you
said
say
that.
Oh, you said that. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Meredith was actually not a member during.
Right. I can't vote. I don't think so. I wasn't a member.
We'll have to do two.
There might be one or two that you were a member for, but
All the
Okay.
main
Oh,
ones.
yes. Yes, all the May. I can approve those.
all right, so why don't we do the Aprils and then do the Mays?
All right, so that would be April 8th, April 15th, April 26th.
And are you seconding that then, Kathleen?
Yes.
All right.
Great. All in favor, do a roll call vote. Cheryl, to guys.
Yes.
Kathleen O'Donnell.
Yes.
Meredith.
No, she's not on April.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
And Rich
I
Beeler.
just on the April. Yeah. I
Yes.
can do the May.
All right.
I have to abstain.
So we're good.
And then I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as amended for the May dates that Kathleen can read.
That would be May 3rd, May 4th, May 6th, and May 11th.
You're going to second that, Kathleen?
Another roll call vote. Kathleen O'Donnell.
Yes.
Meredith Hall.
Yes.
Cheryl Tagayas.
Yes.
Rich Beeler, yes. Great. Was that the only, that was the only minutes we had to do, Julia?
We have those ones for the executive session that we have to be in executive session to do, so we should just hold off
Wait.
on those.
Yep, we can wait on those.
Yeah, we should be up to date.
Great. And did we already mention when the next dates are? June 10th and 24th, are those dates set?
24th.
They work for you, they work for me.
Good.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, I mean, they're good for me right now, so. Great, and now we can move to the staff update.
Thanks, Rich. A couple things. We've got a pretty packed agenda tonight, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. But we were chatting a little bit before the meeting started about remote meetings. Everyone's probably aware. Hopefully, everyone out there is vaxxed up or is in the process of getting vaxxed up. I think all of our numbers are looking very good in Massachusetts. So the governor made an announcement recently to end the state of emergency. That it's been so long, people kind of maybe forget that a lot of the things and a lot of the ways that we've been doing public business and private business, quite frankly, are as a result of kind of the relaxation of certain rules and regulations at the state level. One of which being certain allowances made under the open meeting law to allow remote meetings like the one we're having right now. So the original announcement basically said June 15th, state of the emergency is over. We're back to normal, as it were, with in-person meetings down in the Blute, for instance. Since then, the governor has filed legislation to extend some of the kind of pandemic-related changes as they relate to outdoor dining. And I know there was something about, to-go cocktails that got shut down the other day. But I think they're also trying to extend till September the changes to the open meeting law that allow remote participation in meetings. And I think that's just basically because, everyone is really, everyone's very kind of excited, to get back to, some semblance of our lives before the pandemic. But there is a transition period that, it's tough to kind of predict when we would get out of it. So some of those preparations, across the Commonwealth, are only now just starting. So it's yet to be seen if that legislation passes. I don't have an inside track or any knowledge about that, but we'll keep an eye on it, and we'll definitely keep you posted. Town council is monitoring that situation for all of the town boards and committees. So there's that kind of immediate term situation about, okay, how long are we even allowed to continue doing remote meetings? How do we transition back into live meetings? But I think there's a longer term conversation, and this is something that's happening, again, across the Commonwealth and across the country, quite frankly, about, we've learned a lot about, using different forms of technology to do public business, and, what's worked out well and what hasn't worked out well, and what do we want to keep going forward. And I think, maybe we would have had 46 people down in the Blute room tonight for this meeting. Maybe we wouldn't, but we've got 46 people in the audience tonight. And I think you've seen, in a lot of different hearings and meetings that there's been, a lot more folks involved in the process. So, I think there's a conversation in all of kind of the public sector world about, how do we kind of create a hybrid model of remote versus in-person participation. So that's another conversation that is kind of in its very kind of early days, but, it's something that the planning board may want to think about and kind of weigh in on at some point. So, long story short, we'll keep you posted. At the very least, our June 10th meeting will be a remote meeting, and we'll kind of see, how the transition goes from there. We will be obviously allowed to have in-person meetings, even if the remote meeting rules are extended. So we'll just have to make a decision about how exactly we want to proceed there. I don't know if anyone had any thoughts about that they wanted to chat about, but I do want to get through the update and get onto our public hearing. So maybe we can put an agenda item on a future meeting to kind of talk about, our thoughts on that.
Sounds good.
Well, I'd like to consider keeping just sort of doing a hybrid, because as you've pointed out, Tim, that the participation is certainly much higher and it's a lot easier. We could meet in person, but, people could watch from remote. So.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm just, one comment or question I would have is, pre-COVID, there was a restriction of missing a public hearing on an application. We could only miss one, watch the tape later, attest to the fact that we had done that, and be able to vote. So I'm curious how the hybrid works that way, you know, with that ability to be able to participate remotely has allowed people to not have to be so concerned about missing a meeting during a public hearing.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that we're going to have to depend on our fearless leaders in the legislature to kind of figure that one out. So again, we're going to keep an eye on things, and obviously we're going to want to proceed within, whatever bounds of the law come down. So just stay tuned. A couple other quick things. We had a staff kickoff meeting for our bike and pedestrian master plan process with the planners at MAPC. Myself, DPW, town engineer, representative of the bicycle advisory committee, and then representative from the police department. A lot of folks that serve on the traffic commission. Just sort of spoke with MAPC, talked about how we anticipate the plan going. There's going to be a kind of a virtual kind of kickoff of the public process. I think we want to do a townwide survey of sort of how people are using our bicycle and pedestrian network. Possibly having a public meeting over the summer, although we all know how we struggle to have meetings over the summer. And I think especially people are itching to get out of town. So we may wait until fall to do like a really sort of public facing kind of meeting based kickoff. And we also want to make sure that, schools are in session, because I think the students are some of the biggest kind of bikers in town. And we want to make sure that we're able to kind of include their voice in this process. So MAPC is doing a little bit of homework right now, doing some existing conditions analysis, doing some analysis of some work that we've already done in terms of our complete streets prioritization plan, the work of the traffic mitigation committee, and some other reports and studies that have been done already. So definitely keep you posted on that. And then two more really quick things. We are engaging in the Commonwealth's local rapid recovery program. This is out of the Massachusetts Downtown Initiative, which is in the Department of Housing and Community Development. They've given us a $60,000 grant to do some COVID recovery kind of work in terms of planning in East Milton Square, kind of working with the businesses over there, working with the sort of the downtown district in East Milton to figure out, what have been the impacts of the pandemic on our businesses in that area, and kind of what can we do from a kind of planning and kind of physical, economic development policy perspective to help those businesses bounce back. So we'll be having a public meeting next Thursday, the 3rd. Let me make sure that the Thursday is actually the 3rd. That's right. It'll be at 6 o'clock. That's remote. I believe the agenda and the Zoom link are already up on the public meeting calendar. This is focused on East Milton Square. We're hoping that some of the business owners come out, but if anyone's interested in coming out and kind of learning a little bit about the planning program and kind of what the next steps are for that process, please feel free to tune into that one. And then finally, well, almost finally, because it's both about Milton Village. We are going to be sending in an application next week for the Community One Stop grant, which is a kind of conglomeration of 10 different state grant programs to do some feasibility and planning work to basically advance the work that the 2018 MAPC Waterfront Access Study did. There were some good conceptual ideas for how to kind of make the Milton Landing waterfront work a little better for the current users and for future users. And we'd like to see if the state will help us out with some landscape and site design and some feasibility studies for advancing some of that work and potentially, doing some extensions of the Neponset Greenway, into Milton Landing, which would be great. And then finally, the last thing is I am currently working with a few architecture and design firms to get some quotes for Milton Village design guidelines, which is something that we talked about a couple weeks ago in terms of using some budget for fiscal 21 to do that. So I will definitely keep you posted. We'll want to have something, I think, in our hands for the board to consider on June 10th, just so that we've got enough time to get a contract signed before the end of the fiscal year. So I know I said it'd be quick, and that wasn't very quick, but that's all for a staff update.
Awesome, thanks. I saw a hand going up and down, up and down. I didn't know if it was, nobody fell out of the room, did they? Did Meredith? Yeah. Can we check? There's a hand up. David Hall.
So David Hall is actually Meredith Hall.
Can we bring her in?
Would you like me to promote her?
Yes.
Okay. Joining now.
Hey, Meredith. Sorry, I started blinking up there, so you caught my attention.
So Rich, I don't know if Citizen Speak is next on the agenda.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if Meredith could hear us and was all set, but
Just about. There.
awesome.
Okay.
Cool.
Whoa.
All
Thank
right,
you. Sorry, guys.
excellent. Yeah, thanks, Tim. We're gonna do that. I was hoping maybe we can open up Citizen Speak, and obviously there are some hearings coming up, so we'll save any comments about the hearings or topics for those for at that time. But if anybody has anything they wanted to talk about during Citizen Speak, let's raise your hand and be heard.
I'm not seeing anybody.
No, me either. Okay, and everybody's here for the hearings. Okay, hold on one second. All right, the public hearing is next on the agenda, 237 Hillside Street Scenic Road application. Tim, I think you were gonna start that one off.
Yeah, and just for folks that are that are in the attendees, there's a 7:05 scheduled public hearing, which we're doing right now for 237 Hillside Street Scenic Road application. Once we're finished with this item, the I don't know if it's 7:10 or 7:15 public hearing for 440 Granite Ave will commence. So that's kind of the order of operations. I know we put a time certain on the agenda, but sometimes we run late. So 237 Hillside, and let me just look through the attendees list. Shane, if you could promote Dr. Tess Powell is the applicant. So we'll want her to be able to speak up in a minute. So 237 Hillside Street is a scenic road application. As you're probably aware, Section 13 of the Planning Board Rules and Regulations regulate scenic roads. Certain roads in town have been designated as scenic roads under state legislation. Hillside Street being one of them. Brush Hill Road is another. Adam Street, Unquity Road. There's a few others, and those regulations are basically in place to kind of protect the historical and kind of scenic integrity of what we consider to be scenic roads. And what the scenic road bylaw basically governs is you need the planning board's permission in order to destroy, alter stone walls, or take down trees in the public way. A lot of times we see this in terms of people doing a new driveway or expanding a driveway or something like that. So you should have in your materials some application materials. This is a very, I think, simple application. 237 Hillside Street has a approximately 21-foot driveway. The applicant is interested in basically moving that driveway from one side of the house to the other in order to facilitate a new garage on one side of their property. The applicant can explain this in a little bit more detail, but the intent is to basically open up the stone wall for a new driveway and use those stones to essentially plug up the existing driveway. So no net loss of stone wall. And my understanding is that there's no taking down of any trees either in the public right of way or on private property. So Shane, I don't know if you can promote Dr. Tess Powell, and we'll have Tess present her her application.
Or can you raise your hand in the attendees column? I think I see it right there. There we go. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Can everyone hear me and see me?
Yeah. Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me on tonight. I also wanted to just thank Tim for walking us through this process. This is new for us, so I appreciate you taking us through step by step. So thank you, and it's nice to put a face to the name. So my name is Tess, and I live at 237 Hillside Street. Prior to living on Hillside Street, we lived in a house that was 1800s on Adams Street. So clearly we have an expensive hobby of wanting to be in old historic homes. What we're looking to do is just move our driveway from one side of the house to the other. As Tim was saying, that would involve taking down part of the stone wall, but we would like to just take what's taken down and plug up where our existing driveway is so that none of the stone wall is lost. Where we're proposing it, we wouldn't need to take down any trees, which is awesome. I think maybe a bush or something like that, but no trees and further in. 237 is an interesting property with quite a bit of history in Milton. And as you might know, there's an easement on our property as well. That's next to our existing driveway. So by moving it to the other side of the house, we would create a little bit more privacy for ourselves as residents and also for the barn that accesses the easement. And in addition, we were hoping to put a garage in, and in the current spot where the driveway is, there's just not enough space. There's septic and all those, fun stuff that prevent that type of structure from being put down. So that's what we're proposing, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And Tim, I'm not sure if I gave enough information or not, but please give me feedback.
I think that's enough for now. I'm going to share my screen and show some of the application materials just so you can have an idea of kind of what's going on. So give me half a second to do that. Can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Yes.
So the easement that that Tess was referring to. So this is Hillside Street. We're right on the corner of Harlan Street over here. The easement is basically, this is Tess. This is a horse barn, correct?
Correct. Yes. Hillside State.
So the easement goes across the Powell's property to access this horse barn. Essentially, so this is your existing driveway is kind of right here, right? Where I'm kind of moving my mouse.
Yes, there's a small stone wall in between our driveway and the easement. So yeah, I don't know. That may be helpful. There you go.
So basically, this is the easement driveway. This is the existing driveway. This is kind of very clearly the little stub of stone wall. So Tess, this is what you're going to be plugging up, correct?
That's correct.
And just to kind of show you just a little, not as sophisticated as the surveys that we're accustomed to, but I think it does the trick. So the existing driveway, the easement, the house, and then the proposed driveway over here. And then I'm going to just rattle through a few more of the existing condition photos just so you can see. And Tess, if you don't mind kind of narrating this as I roll through these.
Sure. So this is a visual from the yard looking out onto Hillside. So if you can see, there's trees to the right and to the left. It's that bush in the middle that I was referencing before.
So Tess, are you confident that these trees and these trees will be?
Yeah, so we measured our driveway. We also measured some other driveways to find out what the width was at the opening, which we referenced 21 feet. It seems to be a larger opening for most driveways, and then it narrows significantly. And I can't remember the number off the top of my head because I'm terrible with numbers. But yes, it's well within that. And then that's the view from looking at towards Heartland Street from the yard. I'm not sure if that's relevant. And that would be where the driveway is in between those trees.
So this is the bush that,
That would be the bush. And that's our existing driveway.
and then this is the photo that I showed before.
Tim, can you go back one photo, please? So this area where the driveway is would now become lawn or some other non-driveway material?
Lawn, yes, lawn and maybe some trees in the back. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And 21 feet, I could be corrected. You know better than I am. I just kind of measured what seemed to be the approximations of us and some of the folks on our street, but certainly, by no means am I an expert.
Well, if you wish to, I think rightly so, reuse the stone that you have, you're going to need to fill the amount that you have as an opening now, right? So you'll need to remove an equal amount. Otherwise, you would have to add stone, right?
Yes.
But I think the actual driveway with itself would likely want to be smaller than the stone opening, because a 21-foot wide driveway would be pretty wide for a residential driveway.
Is there a width that is typical or standard or needs to be?
Well, normally if you wanted to have a wider portion of the driveway within the property, that's not a problem, but my experience has been that if you have 12 to 14 feet just for the part that exits out, and then it can widen up or widen to one side. But I think you could also check with the building department to see. I'm not aware. I know in other communities there are regulations about commercial driveway widths and residential driveway widths. I don't know that we've actually, in my time on the board, talked about an appropriate driveway width for a single family residence, but it might be something to consider for our rules and regulations in the future.
I believe, so the actual width of the driveway would be 16 feet or, as you were saying, 12 or 14. So the stone wall that might be moved might be the 16 feet, and it's just the girth after where it's, broaching on hillside, which would be larger, but that's in between those trees, as we had talked about, was at least that distance.
I mean, I think most driveways, as I recall, are usually like 10 to 12 feet. I mean, I've done driveway easements, with clients. I mean, obviously with a shared driveway with two houses using it, you might have it'd be a little wider because you got two cars that are parking next to each other. But your single one would probably just be, 10 or 12 feet. And I think it would be narrower than what you're looking at for your current driveway. So I don't see how you're not going to have enough stone, I don't think. I prefer that you use, you remove as the least amount of stone as possible. You won't have enough to then fill that entire gap for the old driveway, because that's pretty wide. I think, my preference would be to sort of, you move what you have, but it's not going to be a solid wall. I don't think you wouldn't have enough, I don't think. But it's not a solid wall now.
Tim, can you scroll through the photo again, please? When you mean, what do you mean by solid, Kathleen?
Well, it's because you have that gap, they have that pile of the remains of the old wall between the easement to the barn and where their driveway is. So that's clearly the remains, because you can see the wall continues on past. So there was once a wall along that whole line. And then there's an entrance for the horse barn or whatever, and then your driveway has come in. So, seems like this wall's been breached a number of times before.
Tess, do you know the number of feet between your current driveway, one stone wall to the other, to where the easement stones are? Do you know that measurement?
Sorry, I was just trying to reference some of the notes that we had before. I believe it's the same amount.
No, but right, I know what you're saying, but
Oh,
what
sorry.
is that amount? Do you know, not the width of the driveway, but the width between from stone to stone, from one
Oh.
stone that is
21, 21 feet.
for the whole entire opening? Okay,
Yes, that's what we measured.
the entire opening of the other.
Yeah, that's where we got that number.
Right. So I think it's great. I walked the site, and I'm very pleased to hear that you're not taking any, you don't need to take any trees down except for that shrub, which is actually an invasive on the invasives list, I believe. But because there's a beautiful horse chestnut, there's a linden tree there. There's some beautiful trees that are right on the wall. The one thing that I just, because when I looked at it, it looked like you had to take down trees to put it where I thought where you were putting it. I don't know if you could mark it off, but are you aware that there's a well on your property on that left side? And it's near a bed where you have an irrigation bed. It's not on any of these photographs.
Okay.
So
No,
and there's
I knew that we had irrigation that was installed before, but I don't know anything about the wall.
so if you
Well,
towards the bed on your property, there's a rock that sits up in the bed right next to a irrigation system, and that's a well. So you just might, before you get into any big construction, you might want to find out where that well goes to, if it has any, purpose that it's would serve. But there is a well on your property on that left side. So just so you know.
did you say that was in one of the beds?
It is. It's sort of on the edge of your lawn and where your mulched bed is, and there's an irrigation that stands up, and there's a rock. There's a big rock, sort of not a big rock, but a small rock sitting on the edge of the bed. Underneath that rock is a well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But I don't think.
Sorry, Meredith.
Than where your driveway is going, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Tess, is this, I can't entirely tell, is this currently paved with asphalt, the driveway?
No, just that part that's coming out from the street.
So it's like a kind of packed dirt, kind of gravel driveway?
Yes.
Are you intending to do a paved asphalt driveway for your new driveway?
Yes.
Okay.
What I would say is if the opening in the wall and the driveway construction itself, and possibly the rearrangement of your irrigation system, it would be wise to be careful with that construction and with that equipment with respect to the existing trees, so that you don't cause damage to their root structure. So is there a change? Well, Meredith, you walked by, is there a change in grade or elevation from the lawn to the street that the wall kind of currently serves to mitigate? Or is it pretty, would you say it's like flat?
In the front, it drops off, the rear of the property drops off significantly and becomes sort of a sloping hill. You could almost, little kids could sled down, but it's on that part, it's a slight rise as you go towards Harlan Street, but it's very subtle, mostly flat.
Okay.
Yeah,
'cause
that
the
area in particular, it's very, very subtle. If I wouldn't have been able to pick up on that. Right in front of our house, there's a little bit more of it was built up, I think, but over here, at least to my eye, it's more level.
So yeah, so when you go to locate the driveway within the opening, it just would, I think, be important if there's any cutting that has to happen in any way to cut the driveway in, that you just be mindful of the root structure of your trees.
I will say that there is one tree in the front that we could remove because it's dead.
dead, yeah.
So, or
Totally.
two, it's like the two that are like right up there. So I don't know if that makes a difference in terms of preserving root structure, but one of the largest ones that's by the wall happens to be dead.
Okay. Yeah, so you might locate the driveway with that in mind, right? With the healthy trees in mind, giving them a little bit more room. I'm just thinking in case it's kind of tight to the 21 feet that you measured. Obviously, the driveway itself doesn't have to be centered in the opening, but I think that would be fairly common, that it would be centered in the opening, and the stone wall opening. But if it made sense from a perspective of the trees not to be, that's something to consider.
Great. Any more questions from the board?
Nope.
So I thought I saw Stephen O'Donnell in the audience. Did he just raise his hand? Shane, if you could allow Steve to talk, and Rich, I don't want to step on your toes or anything, but Steve O'Donnell, the chair of the Historical Commission, one of the provisions of the Scenic Roads bylaw is that the planning board seek the input of the Historical Commission. So I sent this application to Steve. Unfortunately, we weren't able to make it on the agenda for the last Historical Commission meeting. So the full commission wasn't able to chime in, but Steve was good enough to come tonight. So if he can maybe offer some comments or questions for Tess.
Well, great.
Good evening. Yeah, Steve O'Donnell, Chair of the Historical Commission. I did visit the site earlier this week and understand the reasons for the request to try to separate the residence driveway from the other driveway. Tim, if you could put back up on your screen the photographs from Hillside Street towards the property. Go back a couple. Again, okay. I measured unscientifically by simply pacing it out. And I did indeed pace out what Dr. Powell said about the width of the current opening, 21 feet. So I began at the dead tree arbitrarily and paced 21 feet to the left. And it came right out to the edge of this large, Meredith identified as the chestnut, and she'd know a whole lot better than I. And certainly this bush is there. But I was a bit concerned about these other trees along here, which are much smaller trees. But it would seem that 21 feet from the dead tree to this is going to take out all those trees. And my initial comment was, well, as Cheryl suggested, could we narrow the opening of the driveway onto Hillside Street to save as many of those trees as possible? Kind of ironically, one of your comments in your application was to increase privacy. And that is indeed true on the right-hand side of the house. But whatever you take out on the left-hand side of the house is going to decrease your privacy. So I would certainly, I can't object to your moving the driveway for the reasons that you state, but I would endorse reducing the size of the opening as much as you possibly could in order to retain as much of that suburban rural atmosphere, which is typical of Hillside Street. And again, I must say, as reiterate what Tim said, the Historical Commission has not had an opportunity to discuss this. So I'm speaking really from an individual perspective. I don't think it's terribly different from what the commission as a group would support, but it is an individual opinion.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. I agree with you. I believe that to be able to narrow it was certainly our goal, because we also don't want a large part of our property being driveway. We love being in Scott's Woods for a reason, right? So, you know, we were kind of basing it off of what was existing there. But yes, we're more than happy to bring that in. In fact, that would really align more with what we would like aesthetically. So we're in agreement on that. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Steve.
Anyone else from the public want to speak? I don't know if John,
Oh, no.
yeah, John Rowe is kind of raising and lowering his hand. I don't know, John, if you want to keep your hand up, we'll get you onto the panel so you can speak.
Nope.
We should mention that we got a letter, didn't we get a letter in support from an abutter?
Yeah, so Tess, it's your neighbor, the horse barn folks submitted a comment letter expressing support for the project contingent upon not infringing upon their easement over your property, which if and I think we can bring up the easement plan one more time just to kind of assure ourselves. But it seems to me that stub of stone wall is kind of, as long as you're not going on the wrong side of that, you should be all set. Is that your understanding, Tess?
That is our understanding. We won't be touching that side at all. We want to certainly keep things the way that they are. Just move the driveway over. That's it.
So I think it would make sense to flag the driveway location and the stone wall opening and have planning department staff take a look at it before the work would actually be done. If we can make that a condition of our approval.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I'm not sure I understood.
Oh, sure. So flagging it would be like marking with
Like the
landscape
state.
flags, if you will, sticks or you know, like the flags that they use for irrigation when they're identifying where they've got a head, just something to, because this is, as Tim noted in the beginning, that we don't have a surveyor's site plan, which would be pretty accurate, you know, in terms of location of trees, location of wall, location of roadway and driveways and things like that. So rather than request that you provide that type of plan, I'm suggesting that when you're ready to do the work, before any work begins, that it be marked and that Tim or Allison would come out and take a look at it, possibly take a photograph or two, and make sure it was consistent with what we've talked about.
Okay.
So I'm still seeing John Rowe raise and lower his hand. So I'm gonna hit allow to talk. John, if you can, I'm gonna hit allow to talk. If you can unmute yourself, and if you have any comments, go for it.
Hi, sure, thank you. I didn't understand how to do this, but I just want to say as a direct abutter that we support the Powells and what they want to do. So we give them 100% of our support.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
I really hope too that if the project does happen, it will look better aesthetically from a historical perspective too, right? So like that little pile that we've been referencing would be a nice consistent stone wall. And then the new driveway would be like a clean, you know, break there in a way that seems to have diminished over time. So that plus, you know, we're hoping to add trees onto the property and certainly more grass. So I'm hoping, that's the hope, right, is that aesthetically it looks more consistent with the time period and it looks just more bucolic than it does right now.
That's great.
So Rich, unless there are other folks in the public that want to chime in, I think we can close the public hearing.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. And
Second,
Okay. Roll call vote.
I'm sorry, just quickly, close the public hearing for the 237 Hillside Street Scenic Road application.
Meredith,
Yes.
Kathleen,
yes.
Cheryl, yeah,
Yes.
Rich Beal, yes. Okay,
And forgive my ignorance, but does that mean approved with the flags or?
that means we're gonna talk again now and then
Okay.
kind of spell that out. What we just did was close the public hearing to comments, public comments, and now we'll kind of deliberate and go from there. Yeah, it's fine.
You got it. You got it. Thank you, everyone.
I would echo Steve O'Donnell's comments and say that he's not a relative. I always have to say that, but he's not. And to have it be narrower than 21 feet, I think that's a little excessive. I don't think it needs to be the same width as.
Kathleen, are you talking about the stone or about the driveway
The
itself?
opening at the road, to removing that much stone, I don't think they have to remove 21 feet of it,
But then they won't have enough to fill in the opening that they're
that's
closing.
true. Yeah.
So I think that what I would suggest is remove as much as required, no more than 21 feet to fill in the opening that they're closing, but that the driveway be no more than 12 feet itself, because that'll help preserve the trees.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
And green space. Yeah.
Right. It can widen once it gets in, but the actual driveway portion coming in the first, 20 feet or something.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be wider as you got to the garage or something.
Right, which is common.
And it would preserve more of their overall lawn for the kids to play in. So.
Right.
So I would make a motion to support the application.
Cheryl, can I before, sorry, just one more condition. And this is implicit based on the conversation earlier, but conditioned upon, well, I guess what I want to say is, how do we want to, the Historical Commission doesn't need to approve this. That's not exactly what the bylaw says. But in this case, I'm trying to think of how to square the circle of getting their input, and I don't anticipate that the Historical Commission is going to come back breathing fire, about something like this. I think, we've kind of pinned things down in a good way, but
Couldn't Tim we say that, contingent upon favorable review by the Historic Commission, that we would approve the application? And, contingent upon the flagging, staking the entrance and, showing you folks where the planning department, where the openings and everything would be located.
I think Steve knows more about this than I do. So Steve, go for it.
The problem with only taking out as much stone wall as we would require to fill in the 21 feet commits you to removing 21 feet of stone wall. And depending on how quickly that curves into the property, you're looking at a 21-foot opening, taking down those trees and that much stone wall. I'm less concerned about filling in the opening as I am taking out 21 feet of existing stone wall.
I agree.
The problem is, if you don't have enough stone to fill it in, you're going to end up with 2 openings instead of 1.
Well,
Unless you bring new stone in.
Below a
couldn't you
stone
just
wall,
sort
I'll
of-
bring in stone.
Yeah.
What
Put a bush.
was
Put a
what
bush,
you were trying
put a
to say?
tree.
What were you trying to say, Cheryl? Like remove that much, but then not have the driveway as wide, so you would have like,
Correct. So
grass
that you
and
can
trees.
save the trees. And the reason for that is I didn't want to see that the opening not be filled, because right now, with it being a small piece of stone wall in between 2 driveways, that was pointed out, it looks wrong. It doesn't look appropriate. And I'm concerned that if you have a wall that either has a gap or not enough stone because you spread it out longer, that it'll look less appropriate than it would to have one opening that's 21 feet that matched the old one. But you don't, because you remove the wall, doesn't mean you have to remove the trees. That's the point of having the 12-foot wide driveway. So then the other question is bringing in new stone that matches the old stone. It's possible, but it might be likely that you'll notice those stones are not part of the historic stones that are there.
Well, I agree. Go ahead, Cheryl. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's really, I guess, then becomes a question of whether you make a condition that stone samples be brought, like typically on a construction project, you know, submittals of approved materials would, you know, in an architectural project, the architect would approve those submittals. In this case, I guess if you wanted to see whether a stone could be matched, you could ask the planning department to take a look at it. I mean, I wouldn't want to approve something that required new stone if the stone couldn't be a pretty good match to what's there.
I can't disagree with you, and I will go back to what you said about removing the stone wall doesn't necessarily mean moving the trees. You could remove the stone wall and have a gap, I guess, between the ends of the stone wall and the driveway itself. That would make sense. And again, I think we have to kind of state that it appears that both the stone wall and these trees are on public property, not private, according to the GIS. So we're talking about taking down and moving a town wall and taking down trees on town property. So what you just said, Cheryl, makes sense. The width of the opening doesn't necessarily mean the width of the driveway, even at the opening.
Right.
And that sounds good, Steve.
Yes.
So that sounds like 3 conditions. Could we, if we were all kind of in agreement with those conditions, could we hear maybe from Dr. Powell to see if those sound good before we go too far?
I don't know that we can hear from her. We've
Hi,
closed-
sorry, no, I'm back.
Why not?
Sorry, I thought you wanted me
No, no,
totally
no.
gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as I understand it, the conditions are flagging for the width. Is that correct?
Correct.
The other was the preference for using what is existing there as the stones, but if we needed more in order to make it look more consistent with the rest of the wall, that we would be able to show you somehow what those samples were. Is that what I'm hearing, or was that just part of the discussion?
I think that was part of the discussion.
Yeah, just part of the
Okay.
discussion. Maybe we can just,
I don't think we would make that a condition.
Yeah, so my understanding would be that first, the condition would be flagging the location of the opening and the location of the driveway within the opening. The second condition would be that the amount of stone removed would be only the amount necessary to fill the opening in the existing opening where the existing driveway is. And then lastly, that the driveway itself would only be 12 feet wide where it enters the property, and then further back towards the garage could widen to whatever width that you sought it to be. But this is purely for tree preservation purposes, that last one.
Yes.
And
yes.
and the fourth condition being a favorable report from the
Correct.
Historical Commission.
yeah, thanks. Tim.
But I would like to have the agreement that there will not be removal of trees that are, other than that dead one. I think that should also be part of the condition. The agreement that no trees will be removed, because that has really been an issue on Hillside.
I guess what I would say.
Conditions.
Yeah. So that's a motion.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Powell.
Thank you all very much.
All right. So that was motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Just had some. All right. Then we'll take a roll call vote. Kathleen O'Donnell.
Yes.
I keep wanting to say David Hall. I'm so sorry. I see the name right across the bottom of the screen. Meredith.
Yes.
Beth Gaius
Yes.
and Rich Gill, yes. Fantastic.
Thank you, Dr. Powell.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you
Powell.
all. I appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Anytime. Thank you.
So we will write up a decision document with those 5 conditions, which Julia has written down for me, I hope. And we'll give that, we'll have that for you for review. So Tess, just for your information, the next meeting of the Historical Commission is June 15th. So, pending a favorable report from them, we'll be able to get you moving. We'll have the planning board approve and kind of execute a decision document before then. And you'll be good to go. So we'll be in touch.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
So I think next on the agenda is opening the public hearing for the 440 Granite Avenue site plan approval application. So let me look in the attendees. Shane, can you promote Marion McKettrick? And then Marion's going to tell you who else to promote. Marion, if you don't mind raising your hand.
She's coming in now.
Oh, great.
Marion.
Good evening.
So Mary, can you tell us who else from your team is in the attendees and we can promote them to panelists?
Yes. I believe we have here tonight Michael Moore, possibly Pat Costello. These are the applicants. We have Ellen Anceloni. We have Tony Shao.
Can all of you raise your hands? So that'll put you up at the top of the list. And we'll.
And then Rob Law, Jason Plord, and possibly Osgay Dyler Himes. Not sure about that.
Anyone else from the development team down there in the attendees? Patrick Flaherty? Is Patrick Flaherty part of the team?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
No.
Missed that.
That's good. Should be coming in. 440 Granite Avenue. We'll pass this off to Marion in a minute, but just by way of introduction, you've seen an informational presentation on this project a few months ago at this point, as part of the kind of initial outreach and kind of information gathering and sharing portion of the project development. This is Marion, a 33 unit at this point.
Yes.
A 33 unit mixed use multifamily development at 440 Granite Ave. You'll remember it as the site of the former bike infirmary. It's Compass Kitchen now, plus some of the abutting parcels on Granite Ave out to the flower shop, and then the next door house on Mechanic Street. Marion will get into it. So we received this application a few weeks ago. Planning staff performed a technical review based on the rules and regulations of the planning board and the zoning dictating the rules for site plan approval. Because this is a multifamily building in a commercial district, it requires site plan review by the planning board. There is also a parallel process. I don't know if it's formally started at the Board of Appeals, but there are a number of variances that the project will need. So the sort of the shape of the entitlement is a kind of joint site plan approval from the planning board and granting of variances from the Board of Appeals. The planning board has done this in the past on certain projects. One that jumps out at me is 36 to 50 Elliott Street, which is the apartment building over between Central Ave and Milton Village. There have been others in the past. So it's it's the way that things are done occasionally. So we did have a few minor quibbles with some materials that we passed on to Marion. Her team rectified those, provided additional information. So, the nature of the technical review, I think it's important to hear from the applicant and hear from the public and hear from the planning board before we start to render any kind of opinions or judgments about whether or not we should approve the project. So you're not going to get that recommendation one way or the other from me at this point. But what I can say with confidence is that this is a complete application as it relates to the rules and regulations of the planning board and the requirements of the zoning for site plan review. So that means that you should have everything you need. The board is entitled to obviously ask any questions, request any additional information, and really, get what it needs to fully understand the project and to render a decision on site plan approval. So the interesting thing about this, and Marion, you may be able to speak a little more authoritatively, is site plan approval is there's not a lot of discretion for the planning board to reject the site plan approval if the site plan kind of checks all the boxes that are necessary. Site plan review, the last ones that we've done have been for the Goddard School and Little Sprouts projects. The reason I say there's not a ton of discretion is that it's really meant for the assumption being that you've got a zoning compliant project, but it kind of crosses the thresholds that are in the zoning for site plan of review, which is, again, multifamily construction or 800 feet of new construction in a commercial district. The wrinkle here is that it's not a zoning compliant project, so you need those variances from the Board of Appeals in order for it to be compliant. So the kind of parallel nature of the process kind of makes things a little more complicated. But I think what the planning board's job here, in this public hearing is the same as any other site plan review. What are the impacts of the project, the physical impacts of the project in terms of stormwater, shadow, traffic impacts, all of the things that are laid out in the rules and regulations. And is this project, mitigating those impacts, as is required by those regulations. And the Board of Appeals is going to need to make its own decision, based on their own criteria. So the way that these things are typically done is, it is a parallel fashion. So the planning board, will, if it feels that the project has done everything it needs to do to fulfill the requirements of site plan approval, will approve the project conditioned upon the granting of the variances, which kind of, and then the Board of Appeals will sort of do that the same way, conditioned upon site plan approval by the planning board. That's kind of, again, that's how it's kind of been done in the past. But, this is something that, we'll need to kind of continue to kind of think on and discuss as the public hearing sort of goes through. So that's kind of how I see what's going on here tonight. So I'm going to ask Marion to, and we'll give her the ability to, Marion, you have the application materials. Will you be able to, do you need me to make the presentation, or can you make the presentation?
You mean display the plan on the screen? Well, we talked about that today. I wasn't sure which way you would want to do it. I guess since it's your meeting, we thought that you would want to put the plans on the screen, but we're going to do the presentation and ask you to change pages. Now, if that's a problem, I think we can do it the other way. The architectural firm should be able to do it, but I was going to ask you how you want to do that.
I'll defer to Rich and the rest of the board on this. I don't have a problem with you sharing your screen and running through your slides. I think you'll have better facility and command of that on your side, but I don't know if Rich or anyone else has a problem with that.
No, I don't. Just to echo what you had said though a minute ago, before we get going, this is the first night. There's definitely a lot of folks on that I'm interested in hearing. And also hearing from the rest of the board before we wrap up, if there's anything initially that we need to, ask of Marion and team to come back with. But just for logistics, because I see 41 people on. How long of a how long is the presentation, just for, like, so we, just so we know how long the presentation is, then we'll probably open it up, so some questions on the board, and then we'll probably open it up for the public. So just, Marion, do you have an idea of how long?
Well, we appreciate being concise. I
Yep.
understand exactly what you're saying. At the same time, we want to make sure that the details of this project are known, because
Yeah.
it's been discussed, but in general, and the details add a lot. So what I plan to do is do an extremely short introduction. Thank you very much, Tim. You explained what permits we need and what they are. So then I'm going to ask the architects to go through the architectural plans, but we're not going to do every page of the plans. So, and by the way, we are going to show them. If you can do share screen for Rob Law, he is going to bring up the plans on the screen.
Yeah, I think if you're a panelist, you should have the ability to share your screen. So
Rob Law, I think, is going to do that. We have our traffic consultant is here and is going to summarize his analysis for traffic, because it's a very important issue here. And our consultant, the person who would be managing the unusual new internal parking system, automated parking system, is also here, and he is going to explain and show a very short video to help you understand how that system works. So, and then I have a few comments relating to site plan that I may wrap up with. I will, but I'll do it very quickly. So
Great.
we'd like to get started. If that sounds okay, Rich, is that?
Yeah, no, that's great. That is really helpful. Thank you for that rundown, because it gives the folks, again, there's a lot of folks on, and it gives them a nice little agenda
Okay.
of what you're planning. So thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to start out by saying Tim Truinsky already explained generally what the project is. We know it's at the corner of Granite Avenue and Mechanic Street. There are several small business buildings and small residences on this site now. It's a 20,000 square foot site. We're planning to take those buildings down and replace them with one mixed use building. So even though mixed use isn't allowed in Milton zoning currently in the business district, this is a mixed use district. This is a mixed use site and has been since the mid 1800s, but the building will be very different. We have been studying the existing zoning, recent zoning proposals that are under discussion, and studying the site. And the applicants and their architects and engineers and traffic consultant have tried to prepare a design. It's rather unique design. And we believe this design will address certain challenges at this site. It faces the expressway. There's a very high level of traffic. There's limited on-street parking. There's a lot of noise and pollution from the Southeast Expressway. It's a triangular shaped lot facing two streets. The area is limited, and it's next to both businesses and residential uses. So those are a lot of conditions or restrictions in the site, and it's taken, I think, an unusual design to try to address them. We did go to the Historical Commission to discuss removing the buildings. The Historical Commission met, and they decided that these buildings are not preferably preserved and can be taken down. And the location that we're working with here is not actually in the Granite Railway Historic District, although parts of the district are nearby because it encompasses part of East Milton Square. This is a building design that is highly energy efficient, and it's a sustainable project relying primarily on electricity, which will be generated by solar panels on the roof of the building. We'll be using local and recycled materials, and the design is intended to encourage pedestrian and bicycle use and contain residential parking compactly inside the structure. Those are basic features of the design. We did meet on Tuesday evening with the East Milton Neighborhood Association on Zoom. That was very helpful. We did a short presentation, then we had questions and comments. So we'll be working on the various comments that we received, and we hope to continue that discussion tonight. So Michael Moore, I think, wanted to say just a couple of things about what this project will add to our community. Michael, do you still want to speak?
Sure, thanks, Marion, and thanks for the board for taking their time. Just wanted to say that, this is well, first of all, that I'm a Milton resident, and my office is based in Milton, and creating a tax-based revenue is very important for everything that Milton has to offer in the school system. So we're building 33 condos, market condos, that we want to, we think there's a real market there for people who live in town, want to stay in town, and have the opportunity to live in an environment where you can walk to your restaurants and life. So I just wanted to just to say that. Thanks, Mary.
Thank you. At our last meeting, somebody did ask us what the value of the building would be from a tax standpoint. I don't know that now, but I will be talking to the assessors. They usually are willing to give some kind of rough estimate. I do know that the value will be greatly increased over what the way it's taxed today. I believe Ellen Anceloni is going to speak next from the architectural firm.
Hello, I'm Ellen Anceloni, principal at Feingold Alexander. Thanks for letting us share our project with you. I won't take much time. I just wanted to say hello, Milton resident, and I think it's been 30 years this year. So to kick it off from our team, we have Rob Law, who's controlling this team, and then Tony Shaw is going to take us through the slides.
Thanks, Ellen, and just to let you all know, glad to be here tonight. I'm also a principal and director of design at Feingold Alexander Architects. I think we're going to just move through the images so that we can get on your docket quickly here. Next. So this first slide shows the existing site plan, and the way this has been color coded is that the buildings in red are shown in this particular footprint. It is a triangular site, approximately 20,000 square feet. And then the remaining area in yellow is the parcel itself. I'm sure many of you local residents know a number of these businesses that exist here now, but all of these current buildings will be removed, as well as the site will be cleared in order to make way for the proposed development. Next. So with respect to the site, this is a site plan view, and I'll just point out a couple of things for orientation. Granite Avenue is at the bottom of the page, and then Mechanic Street cuts diagonally on the side. The way we position this design is we look to place the maximum bulk closest to Granite Avenue in order to keep the majority of it away from the residences at the rear. And you'll see that as we work through the plans and the drawings. But this represents the overarching site plan, and there will be some more fleshed out details we'll explain later with respect to both traffic and green areas. But I did want to point out a couple of key things that this site plan is showing in relation to the overall project, and that includes the idea that we are going to provide some surface parking that is going to be both on the site as well as reworking some of the parking on Granite Avenue. And then we will also show you how parking works inside the building as well. So I think we're just going to move to the next image and start from there. So this is the ground floor level 1 plan. Again, Granite Avenue always organized in the bottom of the page. So what we have off of Granite Avenue is color coded in this sort of pink salmon. And we're proposing 3 retail tenant locations here, which will basically face and activate the streetscape. And you can see them outlined in the kind of coloration. We also have the residential lobby accessible from the street as well, and Rob circles in his mouse. And that has the ability for people to come off the street into the residential lobby, which is a contained area there. The way this project also works is that in addition to the retail frontage along Granite Avenue, I'm now going to describe the access to other parts of the site along Mechanic Street. So starting at the very top corner, what we have here is there are a series of compact parking spaces. There are 4 spaces shown here. That is going to be used for the purpose of the retail/office tenants on the ground floor. And this comes right off the street, and there are just 4 spaces there. Just below that is the area that is set aside for the transformer vault area, and that will be screened. It is an outside space, as you can see encircled there. And then further down, as we move along Mechanic, this is where the entrance to the parking garage occurs. And when one comes into the garage here, we're going to explain this. This is a largely fully automated parking system, which allows us to do a far greater number of cars in a much smaller and compact area. So that we will go into later. And in addition to that, we have several surface parking spaces as well, shown there with for handicap as well as delivery, totaling 42 parking spaces for the condominium units. As you move further down the plan, there's a trash recycle room, which you can see that just has access there, and it's flanked by some support spaces as well on either side. There is a common corridor that runs behind the parking area. This is for kind of back access for the retail tenants as well as for the residential lobby coming from the backside shown in that plan. So this represents the kind of site. I will point out a couple things on the front granite parking. So we are actually showing 10 surface parking spaces and 2 additional that is proposed for loading and drop off. So we're actually gaining 3 additional parking because when we eliminate the driveways that currently go into the existing tenant spaces, we're able to reclaim that street front and therefore capture back additional parking along Granite Avenue, which will primarily service the retail tenants and those particular uses. I'm going to go into the site plan other parts later, but this just shows the relationship of the overall plan. The area outlined in black is the footprint of this building at the ground plane. Next. In the basement itself, this shows several things. One, this is the lower parking section of this automated garage, which is outlined in plan there. And then below that is where we have the common storage areas, which have 33 storage units dedicated, 1 each for each condominium. And then a large number of bike storage spaces, which are 30 number here. I did forget to mention that on the first floor plan, we also had additional bike storage contained within the garage itself. So we have a total of 40 bike storage spaces contained within the building. And then there are some additional bike storage on the sidewalk, lining Granite Avenue as well. Next. So the condominium residential units essentially start from the 2nd floor up. And there are a total of 33 units. Predominant number are 32 bedrooms and 3 one-bedrooms. And the way that this market is targeted is towards its largely professional or empty nesters because of the size of the units. It is really not geared towards families. So with respect to the 2nd floor, we show here 9 units shown in this particular plan. And there is off the backside of several of these units, a large sort of private terrace, which comes off the rear, dedicated for those units. And then below that is the green roof, which basically covers the open air carport that hangs above those cars parking spaces below. So that is all intended to be a green roof. Next. As you go up to the 3rd floor, it's a very similar plan. There again, there are a total of 9 units, predominantly 2s in the particular layout. Next. 4th floor is largely like the 3rd. There are also, I will point out, several small balconies which hang off several of the units, which are outlined as circled there. And on the front on Granite Avenue, we also have a couple of inboard notches, which we will explain momentarily in the elevations and the perspective views as to why we're doing that. Next. And then at the 5th floor, this top level contains a total of 6 2-bedroom units. And the thing I'm going to just simply point out here is that on Granite Avenue, they basically continue the facade up into the 5th floor. But as you move around the sides and towards the rear, this entire 5th floor is setbacks around the edge of a minimum of 5 feet away. So that essentially we're setting back this top level to basically further reduce the bulk in the mass, particularly as it faces towards the rears and the residential neighborhoods in the back. Next. And finally, when we get to the roof plan, I point out several things. The areas that are colored in blue, we are looking to do a solar PV array. The intent is to do as sustainable a residential project as we're able to in terms of the overarching development, which also encompasses not only this sort of aspect, but we're looking at recycled materials to use for the exterior cladding. We're also going to be looking largely at an all electric building, except for the gas range in the units. And we're also trying to maximize the energy efficiency of the units themselves, both in terms of materials and the windows. The mechanical system is basically screened at the very top. And as you can see here, we basically tried to position the mechanical to be as small and in the center of the roof as possible, again, to minimize their visual impact from the surrounding neighbors as one looks to the project. Next. These next series of drawings represent the elevations. The bottom one, I think, is probably the most relevant. That is the Granite Ave elevation. You can see here in the bottom row, we have a series of largely glass window pattern expression. This is for the retail tenants at the base to activate the streetscape. And then the condominiums basically continue from the second floor up. And I will point out several things. Again, if you look at the elevation closely on either end, the building begins to notch in at the top. That's where we start to show the setback at the 5th floor. Also, the darker gray tone in the sort of splitting this into 3 kind of tripart arrangement. That's where we created the recessed notches to help break down the mass and the facade treatment of this particular design. And the mechanical, you can see just peeking up in the top. The overall height of the building is 64 feet 2 inches to the top of the 5th floor, and then to the mechanical roof screen is 72.17 feet. Next. This just shows the elevations essentially at the north, northwest, which are on the sides and the rear. But it's a little hard to read in elevation, but if you look at the drawing on the left, in the lower portion, there's kind of 2 steps to it. The lower portion there, that represents that lower green roof, which is approximately 10 feet up, covering the carport areas below. Then just beyond that, that is where the second setback occurs, which is the roof terraces for those rear condominiums. That's approximately 20 feet up. And then the rest of the condominiums again extends up, and you can see the same treatment as far as the area of the building. We will explain the cladding materials momentarily, but the intent is to include largely brick on the front Granite Street side, and then to go to some kind of panelized or hardy plank type system on the cladding on the rear, as well as some other areas of the building. But that is the overarching nature of the particular facades, primary facades on the design. Next. And then this just shows the northeast elevation. This is sort of almost as if you're bending the facade around, so it actually angles in part. But what we see here is that this also begins to show several of the elements, such as the balconies features, which we believe will add residential scale to the units. And again, the intention is to create a variegation of window pattern, but controlled in an architectural composition. And then you can also see at the very top, where we have the penthouse setback, that intention is to use a glass railing to line the edge of the roof with respect to the 5th floor level. Next. Rob, if you want to just maybe perhaps touch briefly upon the material choices we're looking at.
Sure, Tony. So as you noted a little bit ago, sustainability is really at the core of every project that we do, and this project is no different. And so with that said, we select materials that on this project, we wanted to go with natural materials such as granite, and then the other materials that we're proposing to use all have very high recycled content, such as fiber cement board, aluminum, and then the Ariscraft linear brick is also a very sustainable product.
Thank you. These next images that we're going to show you are a series of renderings that actually show what the proposed project looks like. This is the existing view along Granite Avenue, looking up the street. Next. And this is the proposed design. And again, what this shows here is, again, a couple of key things at the ground plane. Here you see the fairly glass expression. This is for the retail tenants to activate the lower level at the streetscape portion. And then the gray color pattern is essentially where the condominiums start on the second level up. Here you can see on the left-hand side how we propose to break the materiality of that brick expression, where we have essentially brick in a kind of gray granite color marching along the 3 elements, and then the recessed notches essentially break the mass down to introduce a different scaling device. It's with a panelized system which continues to the corner as well. And then you can also see the expression at the top, how we begin to set back the 5th floor as it begins to hold the corner and move along the side in order to scale the particular view down. Next. This is a view, again, existing view along Mechanic Street looking up towards the Granite in the far distance on that street view. Next. And here you see the proposed design. And again, the overarching thing was to attempt to push the bulk of the mass all towards Granite Avenue and to contain it into a more efficient and compact footprint in order to minimize the impact towards the residents in the rear. So this literally pushes away from the backside, as you can see in this particular massing, and further pushing the 5th floor, setting back that level as well, further tries to break down and mitigate the mass in order to reduce the size. And this you can see here, what you don't see here is the actually mechanical screen to the top, because we've recessed it into the center and tried to hold the screen dying height to the minimum required to basically screen off the equipment. You actually will not see it from the eye level street view in this particular instance. I suppose if one gets a little further back, at some point it maybe becomes a little bit visible, but these are actually constructed views set up in these perspectives. As far as the streetscape at the front, you will also see where we have the lower mass, which has those series of planting that's in order to screen those surface 4 parking spaces dedicated to the retail office users. You can see that it also, just speaking above that, has a green roof on top of it. And then beyond that is where we have the further setback for those 2nd floor roof terraces for those condominiums that occur on that edge, which will also have green roof elements as well. So the attempt is to try to soften the project as much as we're able to within the site constraints we have. Next. We have a number of drawings. I think we'll pass a lot of this, but maybe Rob, again, if you just want to touch upon the lighting issues.
Sure. So the next series of about eight to 10 slides are pretty quite technical in nature, and we certainly won't bore you with all that. I think the overarching point that we would like to make is the exterior lighting on the building. There are 2 points that we wanted to make, or maybe 3. The first being all of the fixtures that we are proposing are all highly efficient LED fixtures. All of the fixtures are all dark sky compliant fixtures. They're all pointing downward and will not cast light away from our site. And what we did to really study that, we did an existing photometric calculating the light levels around our site based off of the 4 existing street lights that abut our site. And then we added in our exterior light fixtures to that. And what we found is that because of A, that we're not using many fixtures, and B, the fixtures that we are using are all efficient and dark sky compliant, that there's really no impact to light levels to the neighboring properties or around the property line. And these next couple slides are just cut sheets of the fixtures that we were looking at.
So these next few slides relate to the landscape treatment. So again, this is coming back to sort of the site view, and I'm going to point out a few things, and then we have a few images that relate to those numbers that identify the initial proposed planting specimens that we're thinking about. Starting in this number 1, we are looking at encapsulating streetscape trees to pull back and push onto the sidewalk. So I think we're paying close attention to other trees that have been done in other parts of the city, of the community, including further up the street where you have your retail center. So we're looking to be very complementary to the types of trees that one finds in Milton in this neighborhood. As we move along the side, along the western edge, or northern edge, excuse me, here we see in the area there, we are going to try to create as much of a landscape buffer as we can, including fencing as well, to basically help screen that particular edge as it relates to some of the residences on that side. And as we come further up the area, we do have not only a screen wall as color identified in number 4, but number 3, we have new essentially sort of vertical like arborvitae type shrubs, which will begin to grow and screen that particular side of the building as well, particularly as it comes closest to that particular residence. And those ideas continues as well around the transformer elements itself. So those are the elements that's around the site with respect to some of the planting we're proposing. Next. And then we are looking at a green roof system to basically clad the entire roof of the area that's above the open air parking section below. Next. This starts to give you some sense of some initial exploration. The one on the left, number one, these are some of the ideas that we're exploring for the proposed planting along the streetscape, again, to try to create something that is keeping in character with the district, but also perhaps has an opportunity for some color and a sort of a decorative feature as well. So I think we're looking to try to certainly entertain thoughts that you folks might have. Towards the right, these are some of the elements that occur on the buildings as well as around it. So we have some U elements that are occurring both in the ground plane, but also could be looked as part of the elements on the roof decks as well, as one faces towards the back. The arborvitae shrubs, as I mentioned in number 3, these are dense shrubs, which I'm sure you're quite familiar with, which will grow and help to screen and shield some of the visibility to the parking areas to ensure some privacy. We're looking at some ideas that also include vine creepers that might grow up on parts of the walls to help soften elements on that as well in the building. And then the green roof idea that we see here, the sedum tray approach, particularly on top of the open roof deck above the parking below. These are elements we're trying to do in order to incorporate as much green space, not only introduce a softening element, but also does help mitigate some of the surface runoff issues as well, because it will capture the rainwater. So I think these are important things that we just do want to point out. These are early explorations, but these are some ideas we're looking at. Next. I think at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Patrick from Park Plus. He will explain a little bit more the system, but I think we do have a video, which in some ways is the best way to understand how this works. But Patrick, do you want to just explain a little bit what we're proposing here?
Yeah, absolutely. Good evening, everybody. I'm Patrick, the director with Park Plus, located here in Massachusetts. This is a unique design building, and working with Feingold Alexander, we've taken advantage of their layout to integrate automated parking. This serves a couple of purposes for the project. To echo how busy, Granite Street can be, and the abutting streets, to remove vehicles from contending for parking in that neighborhood, clearly is a great objective to integrate them to the property, as most new podium buildings we see around the country will integrate parking for condo developments. And so illustrated here is 3 levels of parking. The at-grade level, 1 above, and 1 in a lower level. So a driver, very simply, as this video will illustrate, enters the garage like they would any garage in a condo, and they drive onto a surface space. And that space we call a pallet or a tray. The driver exits the vehicle, and the car is put into a specific slot. So I'll let this video run here. 2 ways a driver can put their car onto that tray pallet. One is to enter the garage, and with a remote fob, press that fob, and their space is called for them. They drive onto the tray, and they exit the vehicle, press the remote fob, and the car is put in the lower position or in an upper position and stored for them. And it's all enclosed with a safety gate. So all motion is happening behind that enclosed gate in front of the system. So super easy to use. These are very mainstream systems. This is called the lift slide puzzle system. You'll find this in major metros around the country, many here in Boston, California, Miami, New York.
I think just to follow a little bit what Patrick said, we also think that one of the main features that we believe is really helpful, it's also really environmentally sustainable. Not only does it allow you to compact far greater number of cars in far smaller area, therefore minimizing the amount of surface disruption you have to create for conventional garages. But because the cars are on automated systems, so that therefore the cars themselves are not running when they're moving like in a conventional garage, because clearly you can see the car occupant leaves the car, they enter into that system, simple devices through the key fob or through keypad access, and then the system takes over and does the rest. So it's also not only a very efficient, but very highly sustainable process as well, greatly reducing the carbon emissions in terms of the vehicular part of the project. Next. The shadow studies, I think you asked for. So we have a couple of shadow studies that are just simply shown here. Again, the project is shown in yellow with the higher mass in the darker yellow. And the areas in purple does represent the new shadows cast by the building. So top ones are taken in June. It's always showing at 9 a.m., noon, 3 p.m. in succession from left to right. The bottom row is taken in the fall at September. And again, just shows where the shadows are cast, in addition to, of course, the shadows that are cast from the adjacent properties themselves. Next. December at the top at 9, noon, and 3. We do know, of course, that December always is the most severe shadow because the sun is at the lowest angle in the sky. So the shadows do tend to cast deeper in terms of their particular viewpoint. And then at the bottom, back to March and the spring, which essentially is very similar to the fall in September, again, from 9, 12, and 3. So I think with that, in the interest of time, that essentially wraps up and concludes the explanation of the project before you, and we look forward to the comments and feedback and any questions we may answer for you.
What we'd like to do next is to introduce Jason Plord, who is a traffic consultant from VHB. Jason has done an analysis of existing conditions and what the impact of this project would be on the existing conditions. And we're asking him to give you a summary of some of his conclusions and whatever facts about his traffic study he thinks might be useful.
Thank you, Marion. Good evening. My name is Jason Plord. I work with VHB. I'm a professional engineer licensed in Massachusetts. And as part of our traffic study, what we wanted to do is we wanted to be able to evaluate the existing traffic volume conditions and then look to the future to see what those traffic volumes would look like. The traffic study that we prepared, it has been prepared in accordance with Mass DOT guidelines, ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers standards. So there weren't any corners that were cut because we're held to a certain standard. In case the project is peer reviewed, if it's given to any other agency, there are certain criteria that we are required to follow. One of which was, what do we do during the pandemic? Traffic volumes definitely aren't normal. You know, some areas are higher, some areas are lower. So one of the criteria and the guidelines that Mass DOT has is use traffic counts that were collected prior to the pandemic. And so what we did was we were able to obtain a copy of the traffic study prepared for the residents at East Milton and use those traffic volumes to be able to develop our base numbers to be able to then add our site traffic on top of it. So what we all know that Granite Avenue out here is pretty heavily traveled. Lots of cars that are traveling along Granite Avenue. So a couple of the benefits of this proposed development is that right now there's some retail space and some residential uses. There's 3 single-family homes, there's a multifamily home. What we're proposing is retail space and, again, residences. This time, instead of the single-family homes or the multifamily home, we have the condominium units. So as far as the uses are concerned, it's very similar, but it's really about what's that extra traffic that we would be adding to the roadway network. That's really the crux of this whole development in this area. The good thing about it, some of the benefits that we see in front of us are, number one, there are 3 curb cuts out there today on Granite Avenue. Those 3 curb cuts would be closed. And as you heard earlier from Tony, that there's going to be additional parking spaces on street along Granite Avenue that would be created because of the closure of those driveways. Another benefit is that as far as on Mechanic Street, and by the way, they're one-way roadways and we're not proposing to change any of those directional flows. It's still going to be one way on Granite Avenue and one way on Mechanic Street. And so what's going to end up happening is that there are 4 driveways right now on Mechanic Street, and we're reducing them down to 3. And as you heard during the presentation, one of those driveways is just going to be for the trash area and the recycling. So really only 2 of the driveways are going to be used. One is where you saw the parking configuration and the electronic parking system that's proposed. That's really the main driveway for the residences. So based on a comparison of the existing site to the proposed site, they're very, very comparable as far as not only uses, but as far as trip generation as well. So what we're talking about is a comparison using the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual, trip estimates for these uses, the existing use and the proposed use. We're talking about adding 11 more vehicle trips on the roadway network during the weekday morning peak hour. An additional 16 vehicles per hour during the weekday evening peak hour. That's really minimal in the traffic engineering world. And I'll give you an example. What is not minimal? As per Mass DOT and the Institute of Transportation Engineers, if you are going to have a site that's going to generate an additional 100 vehicles per hour on an approach, that is going to have a noticeable impact. What does that mean? That means that you may need to do some improvements. You may have, you may need to widen the roadway to provide additional turning lanes. We're talking about 11 and 16 as compared to that 100 vehicle per hour threshold. So that kind of shows a little bit of a comparison of the amount of traffic that this development would be generating. The importance of that is that because of the similar nature of the uses and the similarity between the trips to be generated, that means that when you have a busy roadway like Granite Avenue, you're not really going to be able to see a big impact on that. There's not going to be a lot more cars added to the roadway network. There's not going to be a lot more congestion. And as far as the traffic volumes on Mechanic and on Granite Ave, those 2 roadways combined are about 900 to 1,000 vehicles per hour, as compared to the 11 to 16 that we would be adding. So what that means in the traffic engineering world is that the additional trips associated with this development could be assumed to be accounted for within that variation on a daily variation, a weekly variation, a monthly variation, or even a year to year. Now, those numbers that I gave you, the 11 additional new trips to the roadway network in the morning, the 16 additional in the evening, those numbers do not take a credit for anybody that lives in the condominium units and wants to use any of the retail space. So we did not subtract any of our numbers to account for that. Another thing is that we did not subtract any of the traffic volumes to account for pedestrian, bicycle, or transit. So that means that I use the worst case scenario here. I didn't want to cut any corners. I wanted to show you what the true numbers are, and that this is going to be a worst case, because if someone is going to walk from the condominium units and use the retail, that's 1 less trip on the roadway. If someone's going to ride their bike to be able to get to or from the residential or the commercial area, that's 1 less trip on the roadway. And the same with using the transit. So what we had to do was we had to evaluate the traffic flow, the intersection operations. We took a look at the intersection of Granite Ave and Mechanic Street. And with the comparison of the future conditions without the development, so we call that a no build, as compared to our future conditions with the development, which we called build, the difference is that we would be increasing the delay on Mechanic Street by 0.2 seconds. So that's less than 1 second. All right, so talked about the minimal traffic, how it would fit in within the surrounding area as far as the traffic volumes are concerned, and the minimal delay as far as the impacts. You know, I'll be honest with you, if this was a different type of a development, I'd have a hard time presenting in front of you. But where it's comparable uses and the trip generation is very, very similar, and it really fits in as far as the uses in the associated trips within the roadway network system. I think that this is actually a very positive project, you know, from a traffic engineering perspective, and closing the curb cuts on Granite Ave, adding more on-street parking. I know that that's a big thing in any area, is increasing on-street parking, and we're definitely finding that benefit here. So if you have any questions, I'm here and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The only other comments that I'd like to make are going to be very quick summary comments. There's more detail in the site plan application on each of these topics. I'm just going to touch on them very briefly. We had been asked to look at wind effect with this building. The architects have concluded that there would be no negative wind effect on Mechanic Street. There could be an effect of some blockage of wind from certain directions because of the height of the building. We don't see a noise that would be intrusive because of the location of the mechanicals on the roof and their enclosure. And the building, as I said, may block some expressway noise as well as wind. In fact, we think it will, because in this part of the expressway going through East Milton Square, there's no deck, there's nothing mitigating the noise, and this building may actually soften some of that sound to the street and back. We are required to report on stormwater management. We are having a plan reviewed right now by the Department of Public Works and the town engineer. This is a level site, and stormwater management will be designed to be collected on the site and to go into the town storm drains. There is one unique feature in this project, which is the green roof, because water will drain off from upper stories down towards the green roof and in drains, and unless there's a very large storm event, it will be absorbed there. In a large storm event, other drains will carry additional water down towards the regular drain system. We are always asked, how much impervious surface is there now? How much will there be after the development? There's about 15,000 square feet of impervious surface in buildings right now at this site. After this development, there will be about 18,000 square feet of impervious surface and buildings. We do not have a final construction management plan yet for the planning board. I know you're going to want one. We are working on it. It's an important part of this application because this site is very constrained and construction will have to be controlled within the site. We do know that the first thing that would happen would be the buildings would be taken down and the site would be cleared. But we will be providing a construction management plan draft to town officials and to the planning board. Refuse will be picked up from the refuse door that's been described to you. We expect it'll be twice a week pickup. It will be by a private company that will come down Mechanic Street and stop and pick up refuse and trash and recycling. Utilities will be connected to existing utility lines. Again, this is also being reviewed by the DPW and the town engineer so that the system that's designed is appropriate for what's already there. This site is almost all built out and cleared already. There is some landscaping though around the house that's going to be taken down on Mechanic Street, and there's one large tree there. That tree will have to come down, and what the developer is proposing is putting 6 new street trees on Granite Avenue, as well as landscaping all around the exterior of the project. That design, certainly we're interested in more comments, and we have gone to the Town Street Tree Advisory Committee. They've sent back some comments. We're waiting to hear from everybody. So we'll have a final proposal on street trees once we hear from them. You always are expected to report on the impact of a new project like this on the town's infrastructure. We do not think there'll be a significant school impact because these units are designed to be attractive to retirees who want to move out of a single family home and young professionals who are not, and they are not designed to attract families with children because they're only 1 to 2 bedroom units. We are proposing 3 affordable housing units to be on site, and we're proposing making an additional payment comparable to the value of a 4th unit. We've reviewed these plans with the fire department and particularly the automated parking system. So they are going through them and presumably they will be giving you a final report. We haven't been told so far of anything that we need to change. This will be a fully sprinklered building. We're always asked about common areas and open space, and obviously there's no open space on this site. It's too small. It's already all impervious area and buildings. what we have done is, we have an entryway. There will be a seating area inside the building. And although there's no other open space in the site, this location is within walking distance of several parks, including Andrews Park, Cunningham Park, and Crane Park, and Shields Park over the expressway when it's reconstructed. And it's also within biking distance or a short drive to the entire Blue Hills Reservation. So we think this will be an attractive location despite the lack of open area on the site. There are two bus lines to mass transit. So although this isn't close to a mass transit station, it is possible to use public transportation if you don't have a car to get it into Boston. So that's a very quick summary of some of the other features that site plan applications are supposed to review. Is anyone else from the development team, anything that I've forgotten that you want to add? And otherwise, we'd very much like to hear questions and comments. I think not. So that's the end of our presentation.
Great. Thank you, Marion. Tim, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, thanks, Rich. So I think there's obviously, it seems like there's a fair amount of folks here from the public that are here to watch, and I'm sure there's a few of them that want to offer comments. This is obviously, a little bit of a bigger, more complicated project than your sort of standard subdivision. So I know people are probably itching to kind of sink their teeth into some of these details. My advice for the board tonight, especially considering it's 9 o'clock already and we do have a couple more items on the agenda, would be to obviously folks are here to offer comments and ask questions from the public, and there needs to be time for them to do that. I think it would be most appropriate for the board to spend its time tonight kind of figuring out a roadmap for how to review this project in terms of what additional information you feel you need, whether there are kind of aspects of the project that you want more detailed conversation and explanation of, whether that's design or stormwater management or traffic or whatever, and really try to come up with the structure for how to kind of discuss this project. Which I think my experience has been, the more kind of deliberate you are about how you're looking at these things, the more effective the conversation is, rather than, drilling down on one single detail and all of a sudden it's, 11:45, and we're still talking about, the elevator overhead. So, that's just my advice. Obviously, you all are the boss, and you can kind of figure this out yourselves. But that would be my advice, just to kind of, take a little bit of time and kind of figure out, all right, what do we know? What do we need to know? What kind of homework assignments do we need to give this team for the next session of this hearing? So that's all I've got.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Did anybody else want to chime in there on what Tim just said on the board? Cheryl?
I agree with Tim's suggestion, recommendation that we discuss a roadmap or a plan and what additional information that we might need, because we definitely can't cover all the topics tonight. So in the past, what we've done is divided up the significant topics, the ones that we expect might generate most discussion or more discussion. And so that the relative team members can be present. What we've done, for example, traffic, in some cases, stormwater design, highly significant. The site plan and the architectural design, might be, one evening. I'd like to suggest that in conjunction with the discussion of the architectural design, that the applicant give us their assessment of how well their project fits into the recommendations in the planning study that was conducted recently by Barrett Planning Group. That's along planning for East Milton has been in the works for a while. COVID delayed it for some time, but there was a pretty robust working group that worked with Barrett on behalf of the planning board. And I have read through that report and have some thoughts about that, but I do think it would be helpful for the applicant to come back to us with that. So that's just my general comments. I do think because we have a lot of people here tonight, that we should at least seek questions and maybe limit comments to 3 minutes if there's 20 people who or 40 people who want to provide comments, so that everyone's waiting. It might be something more technical that we would address in a future meeting, such as stormwater or something like that.
Meredith or Kathleen, any additions to that? Makes sense to me.
Oh, no, that makes sense. And I do think that we'd like to, I mean, as I said, we have a pretty full agenda tonight. And so having people sort of throw in the initial questions and then so that Marion and her team have a roadmap to know what they need to address at the future meetings would be sensible.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in hearing from the public on this project. So if people need more time and they need to request more time, I think that would be acceptable. But if people could try to keep it concise, that would be great.
And remember, it's not their only opportunity. This is just the first
Right.
time.
Yep. And folks also know that they can send us stuff. I think they usually send it to you, Tim, or send it into Tim. And Tim will distribute it to the team. Yeah, I have questions too, but I can hold those there. I mean, just 2 points I will just make just because, I don't want to talk about them now, just at the appropriate day. I definitely like when we talk about affordability, I think we should dive into that a bit because, a lot of projects that come forward, we talk about, putting them off site or pay, a payment. But then at the same time, we always say, we don't want to do that anymore. And then more projects come in that way. So I think we should talk about that at length. The other one was just because it's important to me specifically, this is the business I'm in, is sustainability. You talked about sustainability. And so I'm really interested in what you mentioned utilities. I'm really curious if there's gas there or if you're really going far into the sustainability aspect and not bringing gas on site, things like that. So obviously we don't need to get into those tonight, but I just want to give you a couple initial thoughts.
So it looks like we have one hand so far, and I'll manage the attendees. So if you do want to make a comment, please raise your hand. You'll be kind of ordered on the list in the order that you do raise your hand. We did have a hand up, and now we don't have a hand up. I think that was Margaret Vaughn just lowered her hand. Ms. Vaughn, if you wanted to raise your hand again, there you go. So I'm going to hit the allow to talk button. And once I do that, you will be allowed to talk. And then as Rich said, 3 minutes, I'll give you a little bit of a heads up when that time approaches. And then we can go from there. So Ms. Vaughn, go for it.
Thank you. I actually didn't want to be the first person, but that's why, anyways.
Jump on in. We're all friends.
Okay, well, I was on the other night and I'm a realist from the get-go. And I don't see a lot of realism in this whole project. I applaud the work they've done. And I applaud all the innovations and I applaud all the getting around the problems. For me, it's not realistic. The parking, the traffic is one thing. The parking, those retail stores in that building are not going to be the center of Milton. We have a whole other center that still needs work on it. We have the park that needs work. This is like a whole, I'm going to say a nightmare as far as not the work you've done, just it doesn't belong there. And I have a lot of questions here, but I'm just going to throw out, I question the zoning. I question how much the town itself has been considered. I question the citizens. This is a difficult venue for citizens to get on and really know what's going through here. And I'm not battering the company. It's business. But this is a community that's struggling with planning the town. And so I have a lot of other issues, but I'm not going to say them because I'm ready to cry. I don't want to cry on here. And my last thing, this is a little slang, but it's the only way I can come up with it. There's a word blivet. I don't know if anyone knows what it means, but you can look it up. It means putting 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound bag. And that is all I see with stuff that's going on. So with that, I'm going to say goodbye. I'm probably going to leave because watching this has been real hard. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Margaret.
And just Ms. Vaughn, if you do have questions or additional comments, please feel free to email them to me. My contact information is on the planning board and planning department website. So if there's anything that you wanted to follow up with, I'm happy to pass that along to the board. We've got Jim Coyle next. Jim, if you can unmute, you'll be ready to go.
Yeah, hi, good evening. At the last minute, I did send an email only to Cheryl here. I just did it at 6:45, but happened to be in Hingham today, and I saw their brand new $1.5 million fire truck that they and a couple of the towns in the South Shore have ended up purchasing because of the growth of development in their towns. And there's mainly for the residences at the Hingham shipyard, of which it's very large, but I see Milton, East Milton in particular, heading in that direction. And over there, it was all new planned streets. There's plenty of access around all the perimeters of all the buildings, a whole series of buildings that's gradually growing over the last few years there. Yet at the same time in Milton, we just approved the new fire station for a regular fire engine. I don't have the exact term for what you call it. I think it's an engine company for there. And combine that with the letter from Chief Madden regarding the 40B project in East Milton. There was the chief expressed, and I'm not quoting exactly here, Tim, you probably have that letter handy, to experience some difficulties looking at that one project itself, and for a whole bunch of reasons. There's the very narrow streets. It's the most congested area in all of Milton. And if you look at this project, which is a bit more remote, probably has a longer response time. I don't know if it fits within the 4-minute rule that they're going by, but this is going to be hard to get to. The traffic backs up like crazy all the time there. And in Hingham, they planned a new development, and it's enormous. It's 250-unit sets of buildings by Avalon Properties, but planned streets, wide streets, plenty of access on all sides of the whole series of buildings. The only thing I can see that belongs in Milton in this, the other one I was talking about, is something similar to that, a few small buildings. I can see two smaller buildings on this site that look like there's a White House on Mechanic Street. I believe it's 3 stories with an attic. It looks like a big home. A couple of buildings like this, like that, maybe with the connecting bridge, parking between the 2 buildings at 2 levels, all above ground, some greenery, some green space, and leave it more open and more fitting to the neighborhood. And that's all that I have. I think this is again, if the plan here in Milton is the trend is to put, there's one over near the fruit center that we all know about, plus this one. There could be some more. But the streets are not going to get wider. It's going to be more and more difficult to maneuver around there and for the people to get there at all. That's my point. I sent my comments also to Emna, a couple of members on the select board, as well as to Cheryl. I just happen to have your email. Didn't mean to pick on you, but I just had the email, so I sent it to you. But I think it's just way too much in a tiny area. It's incredibly small here, and it was never, the streets were never set up to accommodate big vehicles and more traffic, all that, and there was no expressway. And yet,
Mr. Crowell, you're at 4.5 minutes. If you can wrap things
okay,
up.
I'm done. That's enough to know. That's fine.
Thank you, Jim.
And Jim, thank you for your email. I just forwarded it to Tim and the rest of the board.
Looks like we have another hand raised. Tim.
Yeah, so we have, and I apologize if I mispronounce this, Enkaleta Gajoni. I'm going to allow you to talk, and again, apologize if I mispronounced your name, but if you can unmute yourself.
Yes. Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I mean, from my standpoint, I think the building looks much better than it is right now.
Ms. Gajoni, before you continue, can we just get your address? We've been we've been a little lax on that, but we ask people for their name and address.
15 Pond Street. It's next to the building. I think it will address the revenues that the town is in such a need. I think it will bring the young people, since it's more one-bedroom apartments, two-bedroom apartments. It's not going to overwhelm the schools. I just had one question. How long will the project last? Is it going to be like the East Milton Park, or how long from the beginning to the start to the end?
Rich, I don't know if you want to have Marion answer that question.
Yeah, that'd be good. I mean, that sounds like a quick answer.
So 18 months from start to finish.
And if it goes longer?
Maybe a month or two, but it won't.
And that will be in papers.
Yes.
Thank you, I'm done.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands, but we've got a few more. So let me. The next one is Paula Cuniff-Jaber. Again, I apologize if I mispronounced any of those names. Paula, you should be able to talk.
Yes, hi, good evening. Thank you. It's Paula Cuniff-Jaber, 15 Pierce Street. I actually was also on the call on Tuesday, and I raised my concerns regarding the size of the project. I believe the project itself, the height of the building was what was concerning me the most. I believe the proposed is 60 plus feet, 71 with the mechanics. When I asked what it's zoned for, commercially, I believe it was 45 feet, residentially 35. Those numbers don't mean a lot to me. I'm not an architect, I'm not a builder. I did a little research yesterday just to try to understand what those numbers mean. I Googled some buildings that were recently built near my office. I had to, I wanted to drive by it, stand in front of it, understand what do those numbers mean. The building that I looked at was 45 and 8/9 feet tall. I thought that building would better suit that location the building I looked at was also a mixed use, had retail on the bottom, residential on the top, retail, and then 3 levels. You know, it fits more in what the zone is zoned for. And also, you know, it's a residential area. I just feel we have to really be very thoughtful about the decisions that are being made on this project and also the project up in East Milton. These are going to dictate future building in East Milton Square. They're going to dictate the landscape. And it has to, it really has to suit everybody's needs. So I know, as respectfully, I just really think we have to take the time. I understand Mr. Moore's position. I'm going to be an empty nester soon. I understand, you know, there is a need for that in Milton. I'd like to stay here. But I also have to, you know, everything, we have to keep in mind what needs to be there. I'm also a resident of Pierce Street. Every morning, cars come up the one way when the traffic backs up. 18 months of construction at that site. I'm sure people will be coming up the wrong way on Pierce Street every morning. So these are just some of my concerns. Just wanted to voice them, and I appreciate your time and for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Cohane. I'm going to allow you to talk and just unmute yourself.
Hello.
We can hear you. If you can tell us your name
Okay.
and address.
My name is John Cohane. I'm an East Milton Neighborhood Association board member and a town meeting member, and I live at 73 Antwerp Street. I was part of the meeting also on Tuesday night, and one of the things that was brought up by one of the people who spoke was that it's hard for us to believe what we hear. And first, let me back up and say, I also, you know, based on town meeting and based on our situation in town, I understand we need projects like this. We need tax growth. There's no question about it. But we need to keep the town reasonable growth and keep the town what it is. And, you know, if we are to, again, based on that conversation on Tuesday night, that we don't believe all that we hear, you know, this 5-story project's not going to add any traffic. It's not going to shadow. It's going to reduce the noise from the highway. Just hard to believe. And I don't know what is in the purview of the planning board as opposed to what is for the Board of Appeals. But it seems to me that, you know, I hear the conversation tonight about how, oh, we're reducing the massing by moving back the 5th floor. But what's not mentioned is all the floors below on the Mechanic Street side are built out into the setback. So it's kind of a, you know, not 100% true. And so again, towards the planning board's review, I see in the planning board that you know, the adequacy of space for off-street loading and unloading of vehicles, goods and products and materials and equipment incidental to the normal operation of the establishment. And yet tonight on one of the slides, we're showing using 2 or 3 spaces there on Granite Ave as loading and unloading spots. So that seems to be contrary to that, you know, that planning board item. So I just, you know, I like with other places, you know, we're told they're not going to load or unload in these places, and then we're left with it. And they load and unload where they want to unload, load and unload. And I just hope that the planning board seriously considers that particular issue in this particular site. There are other issues that I'll raise at other times, and I don't want to, it's late, I don't want to keep it too long, but I hope they will consider some of those things. Thank you.
Tim, I don't know if, before you want to move on, if you want to, I know you might have said some of it at the beginning on what our purview is and what others are, but also for the last point that was just raised, loading, that's something that I would imagine we would be going through.
Yeah, so and I don't have them on my fingertips, but we can, you know, we can, and maybe Allison, if while we're kind of talking here, if you want to just find the kind of citation in the planning board rules and regulations, you know, what page it is that lays out the requirements for site plan approval, just so people can kind of look that up. The rules and regulations of the planning board are.
Tim, can I just say that it's actually in Marion's application in her cover letter? She recites the rules and the applicable to site plan review. And so I would suggest that if people are reading the application, that if they took a look at Marion's cover letter, she's got it all in there.
Yeah, and I would add in the application narrative, it states that they are mindful of what kinds of commercial uses would take those first floor spaces, and there would not be a restaurant. I think East Milton Square, what we've heard is that the loading and unloading relative to the restaurants has been challenging. So maybe again, in an upcoming meeting, if the project proponent team could address the ground plane, I think the setback from the sidewalk, what's the sidewalk look like? I also would advise to look at that Barrett report calling Looking Forward East Milton Square, because it does talk about connectivity, pedestrian connectivity and gathering spaces. And on page 26, it does show this site and shows a pedestrian connection between Mechanic Street and Granite Ave and a small gathering place on the Mechanic Street side. So I think it draws attention to the fact that some of that streetscape is really more service loading and back of house. And so it would be good to understand what the pedestrian experience would be there. Because that's, I think, people oftentimes focus on height, but what people experience more often is what it's like to be on the street next to development. So I think it would be helpful if the design team could address that in one of our upcoming meetings.
Yeah, and just to Mr. Cohen's point, the loading is absolutely something that the planning board is under their purview. And so if there's a deviation from the requirements in terms of on-site, off-street loading, that's going to be something that the planning board is going to be interested in. Well, I can't speak for you all. I assume that you're interested in it.
Well, I was going to
you tend to be.
Yeah, Tim, I was actually going to say that as well. So it definitely doesn't fall on deaf ears. We know that, at least I know all too well, that you can, I would imagine the best of intentions might go into something, but the reality is you can say you're going to unload and load here, but throughout East Milton Square, folks don't follow what's put in place because maybe it didn't even make sense to begin with, or it doesn't work in practice. And so I, for one, will definitely be looking at those things and what they actually mean. Will it be used? Because it's not just the restaurants in East Milton Square. I mean, it's tough, right? The folks block streets, 18-wheelers block streets. There's accidents almost every day. There's a lot of crazy things that happen. Just because of, no disrespect to anybody, but some poor planning, because we might say, hey, put it here, but then the reality is it doesn't get used correctly. So it doesn't fall on deaf ears. It's something that I'll be looking at.
So we've got one more hand up. We've got Elaine Benson. So Elaine, I'm going to allow you to talk if you just unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, hi, Elaine.
Yes.
Elaine Benson, 67 Granite Place. So I'm quite impressed with this proposal. I don't think it's perfect. I, in a perfect world, wish that it was one story less, but I also understand there's, the financial component. With the onslaught of 40Bs that Milton has had recently, to me, this is exactly the type of development, thoughtful developer that I believe that we should be welcoming. They're seemingly very open and considerate to community feedback, so that's very much appreciated. The only item that I thought to bring up was perhaps some further study and discussion as to whether it would make sense to make Mechanic Street or a portion of Mechanic Street a two-way again, just from entering and exiting the property from Granite. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wasn't that something, Tim, that was looked at?
Yeah, so and the, Marion can speak more to this. This was a proposal that the development team had made, and they actually brought it to the Traffic Commission for discussion. Traffic Commission would ultimately be the body that would make a recommendation to the select board on that. It wasn't a very well received proposal. I don't mean to kind of bash anyone or any kind of idea in that way, but it has been discussed. It has been reviewed in at least a kind of preliminary way, and I think the development team has kind of abandoned that. Obviously, if people are interested in continuing to talk about it, I'm sure we're interested in talking about it. But I think to the extent that the development team has been able to make the project work without that type of change, my instinct is that they are all set. But Marion, I don't want to put words in your mouth on that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to respond briefly to that. We did start with the initial discussion and initial planning for this project. That was one of the first topics that we were hoping to have the town look at, and the neighbors, especially Mechanic Street neighbors. Because the idea was that if you had a two-way entrance that stopped after this development, that anyone going to the development would come off Granite Ave and go back onto Granite Ave. We thought that would not burden Mechanic Street as much. But I wouldn't say that it was enthusiastically received. I'm not saying that, we wouldn't look at it more if there's interest in it. Here were some of the issues. First issue is you already have heard that there's a problem with people going the wrong way on Mechanic and Pierce Street. So could you create a forbidding enough barrier to going the wrong way that would work? So the neighbors on Mechanic Street were worried that even if we tried to do that, people would go up the wrong way even more if we tried to do this two-way entrance. I'm not saying that we thought that we could do it. We thought we could do a redesign. But the second question was there enough room on Mechanic Street at that end to allow for that redesign and to allow for turning if necessary in that space? So there were a lot of unanswered questions because at the time there wasn't anybody really enthusiastic about the idea of pursuing this. We let it go for the time being. This development, from the development standpoint, will work either way. People can go down Mechanic Street to get to the development, and then they'll leave and go out on Granite Ave. That's the way it's designed right now. If the town decided that they wanted to do a different traffic configuration that allowed two-way access, this development would work. But it would have to be done so that it worked, and there would have to be enough room to design it properly. So that's why we had the initial discussion very early, and that's why we went to the Traffic Commission. We had a sort of a sketch plan that we showed them. But the problem was there just wasn't anybody who really, from the community, who was very interested in doing it at that time. So I think we're still listening and interested. I think the town decides whether a traffic pattern is going to be changed. It's something that could also be done in the future if it looked like a good idea. But those factors that I just talked about would have to be addressed so that we were satisfied that it was really a good, safe plan. So that's what's happened so far with that idea.
Great.
So I don't see any more hands, but folks tend to like to wait in the wings and then raise their hand. So maybe we'll give them another minute, and then we can perhaps move on to some discussion by the planning board. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything, but we'll keep an eye on it, and you all can decide how you want to proceed. So.
Okay.
You can talk.
All right. Yeah. No, I would. I would open it up to the planning board. Anybody have any initial thoughts and questions?
I was curious, looking at the pictures and the drawing and driving by, as I live right near there, is that you know, the views out of that building, no matter what building it height it is, are going to be looking right at some really serious utility lines. Is there any consideration to sort of, and one of them has like a transformer on it on the Granite Avenue side. So is there any thought to sort of talking to the utilities about burying those lines as they go by the building? Because I don't think, and you're already having to deal with listening to the expressway, looking at those wires might not be so great.
Michael, do you have any comment on that today,
Sure.
right now?
So some of the wires, Kathleen, are not in use. So we are going to engage with the utility company to remove those, but to coordinate to put them underground, I think would be a big task.
Yeah.
We do plan to engage with the utility company, and we have discussed this with Mike Dennehy also.
Mhm. I mean, because I know that in other places we've been looking at burying them before climate change because, you know, they're always at risk, you know, blowing over. So, you know.
I mean, the town installed, or in front of our building on Central Ave,
Yeah.
the conduits are there. They were there when we built the building because we had to hold them up, and the wires are still above ground. So that's
Gotcha.
an interesting one.
As I said, I was stuck in traffic on Granite Ave. I thought, oh, well, look, that won't be so hot. Thank you.
I also would like to suggest, I talked about the ground floor use and there was a question about loading, but if you could also, when you're talking about the ground floor uses in our next meeting or upcoming meeting, if you could talk about how you think ride share deliveries like Uber Eats and things of that nature, the Amazon deliveries that are so common now. I mean, these things that are gained even more popularity, some of them like the deliveries during COVID, are really impacting traffic probably more than people really understand. And so if you could just give some of your thoughts on how you think that's going to be handled in this building. Like so is an Amazon driver going to go into the building lobby, for example, and drop off a package? So will they be pulling up on Granite Ave to do that? Just, you know, if somebody called for Uber Eats, you know, where are they picking it up? If somebody calls for an Uber ride, where do they expect that driver to pick them up? Because we all know Granite Ave is pretty challenging. So I'm not asking for you to address it tonight, just one of those things again to address coming up.
Okay.
So did we want to talk about sort of a schedule of what we would be talking about in what order? Or do we do that before? I mean, do we do that or we just?
We've done that before. So, I mean, I guess if we've heard, I mean, my suggestion would be, let's talk about that site plan. Let's talk about the loading and the unloading. Let's talk about where the, just like I just said, with the ride shares, et cetera. What's it like for the pedestrian? And I would like to hear also next how it ties into the study that was done, because it's a lot of, the planning board expended a lot of funds to have this work done. It was a continuation of the ULI TAP report, you know, so this continuation of our study in East Milton. And so I just think it's also important for the public who might not be aware of that planning effort to see where this is consistent with that, the recommendations in that report. I think it would be helpful for the board and also for the public to hear that. So that's my suggestion for the next topics, but yeah, Tim, do you have other suggestions?
Yeah, I mean, what I was going to say there, I think that makes a lot of sense, if only because those are things that are kind of right now very much in control of the applicant. I will be. I'm out tomorrow. I decided to take the first long weekend in a very long time. So on Tuesday, I'm going to follow up with engineering, DPW, and fire department. As it relates to their review. So we'll want to know from those departments kind of again, what additional information they need. The planning board's going to want to see that. Those reviews may kind of lag. And so I think it makes sense to sort of, advance with some conversations that we can have, now, which I think site plan, and some of those circulation issues are definitely, in that. I think, one note that I mentioned in my technical review notes to Marion, that I think we should just kind of surface is those 4 parking spaces for the businesses. There was, I forget if it was the building commissioner or someone else had flagged those as potentially problematic because you'd be sort of backing across the sidewalk, which is a no-no apparently. So I'd want to learn a little bit more about kind of, what the expectation for those spaces are and kind of how those spaces are going to be, developed and managed in a safe way, and without kind of, taking anything on or off the table, whether or not those are actually absolutely necessary. That space could free up some room for, other kind of site plan, flexibility. So I think that set of issues as it relates to the ground plane, as it relates to the site plan, I think are ripe for discussion. So I think that's a good plan. And I'll next week let you all know kind of where we stand in terms of the progress of DPW, engineering, fire department on their review.
And can I add one thing? I would like to fairly early in the process have architecture, a discussion on architecture. I think this is a significant part about the community embracing this project. On the front cover of the application, there's a leafy green, foliage, a charming tree-lined street view. We talk always about, we want, as we grow as a town, protecting the character of Milton. And then I think we've been presented with a structure which is not compatible with any area in Milton. Not to mention, this is a major gateway to this project. This is a very urban looking project. I see this as a wonderful opportunity to add affordable housing, commercial and residential mixed use. I think the concept is wonderful. But when I look at this project, it looks like a Darth Vader building. I mean, it has a Darth Vader-like cold, very sterile, it's very city. If this was in the Ink Block district, I get it. If this was in parts of Dorchester, I get it. But this does not look like Milton. And I would, challenge anybody to say this is where I've seen other buildings like this. This is very unique. And not that I'm not criticizing this architecture necessarily, or the architect. I'm criticizing the style as being appropriate for Milton and for our town. Yes, we're next to it's adjacent to a highway. We all recognize that. But at the end of Mechanic Street and 1 block over are turn of the century homes. So I think what I'm suggesting, and that we look for in a way that our community can embrace this, is to seek a balance and to find a balance. We can talk more specifically about some suggestions that I have that they can work with the concept, and the sort of the layout that they have, but that we connect with Milton, that this building actually relates, not that it has to replicate a historic building. It can be very contemporary, but that it has elements that connect the area, this building with the other buildings and commercial buildings in East Milton Square. I do like the idea of bearing utilities, but doing what we've done in other places where a developer has put in historic lighting and some brick walks to connect this space with the other areas of East Milton and make it really pedestrian friendly and inviting and green. Ideas, that we could talk about is just, changing the gray brick to a red brick, changing some of the black panels, which are very harsh, to maybe doing something more of a granite a granite look. You know, having a cornice at the top of the building, maybe some, you know, cornice articulation along the roof line. So it just doesn't, it's not just a flat surface. Maybe perhaps tower elements to give it some interesting architecture. And so I think there's a lot that we could look at to take this building to actually make it palatable for a lot of people in East Milton Square to say, you know, we're setting a precedent, you know, this may be a taller building, but if it's done with a welcoming architecture feel, I think that makes a significant difference to the residents in Milton. So I would like to really look at architecture, and I don't know if it's, you know, necessary to do a peer review on this. I think this can be worked out, but I do feel that the look of being such an urban look is not necessarily as a gateway when you drive into Milton that you're saying, okay, I feel like I'm in Milton. No, I don't think you would feel that way. And I think this is a first impression when you come in, and it's really important. So
I just, Meredith, I just want to be clear about the site plan approval versus special permit and where zoning, where we have design standards like Milton Village, where that's coming in under special permit under those guidelines. My understanding is on the site plan approval, we can provide some feedback, but there are no design standards, there's no design guidelines, there's no historic district in East Milton. And so I think we have to be mindful of what site plan approval does entail. And it's actually more, in some ways, it's a lot less, it gives us a lot less tools than special permit language does. And so.
There is a historic district in East Milton, Cheryl. Just to clarify, you just said there wasn't.
Well, all right, sorry, this site is not within the historic district.
In a historic district, but it is directly adjacent to some real historic areas.
Yeah, but Meredith,
the one thing
even if it is, that's not something we can consider under site plan approval. So I think that's the only point
I'm trying to
Carol was
say.
trying to make, is that we have a limited review process in this particular application than we would if it was a full-on special permit.
Just to be clear about the historic districts, again, this came up in other discussions in the past, is that a historic district from a National Park Service point of view as a designation is not the same thing as a Mass Historic Commission endorsed and Town of Milton approved historic district with the same kind of teeth. There's no regulatory aspect to historic districts when they're National Park Service historic districts. Doesn't mean there's not historic properties in them, but when we look at what our regulatory role is, we have to be clear that we don't have an expansive role on the historic side, particularly in site plan approval.
No, I'd like to jump in. So I agree with a lot of comments, Meredith. I get the other points though, Cheryl and Kathleen. I do think it's appropriate time, like I had this question in my mind and I don't think I was going to mention it yet, but I'm glad you brought all that up. I mean, I am hoping, and I thought I heard that Mary and her team or somebody had approached the East Milton Neighborhood Association. I'm not quite sure if they've sent us in their thoughts, but I mean, my hope is that the developers are working with the neighborhood and listening to them. I'm not sure if there's any feedback that you can give us today. You know, have they provided any thoughts? What's the plan, I guess? Or are you planning on working with them? Are you planning on, is this it? Or are you making, where are we going from here?
Well, of course, we're planning to work with the neighborhood. We started last fall. What's interesting is that, you've got to get people to really study a proposal, and that means you have to get into the details. So we're getting into the details tonight. We also did that on Tuesday. We actually, unfortunately, East Milton and other neighborhoods in Milton are so busy with these 40B applications that it's actually difficult to get enough time. It's obviously important. This is just as important, but we had to wait quite a while to have that meeting. But we did have a Tuesday. We certainly have invited everybody to correspond with us. I gave my email address. Again, it's mmcketrick@gmail.com, really easy. Tim Czerwinski has it too. We'll be going back and discussing every comment that we heard tonight, and we took detailed notes on Tuesday night. Some of the design comments tonight were a little bit more specific, and I do understand what site plan review is about versus what a Board of Appeals hearing is going to be about, but we do have 2 applications that we are pursuing. We won't be having Board of Appeals for a while because they are very, very busy, but we've filed and we're scheduled. So I think all comments are very welcome. And I think continuing to communicate is important, and we'll just have to see what's possible and what we can come up with. There are different opinions too. It's always interesting when you get into this process, because people do have different opinions about what looks good and so forth. But I really appreciate the comments we've gotten tonight, the specific comments.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, we're asking questions. I don't know that we're giving much of an opinion at this point. And so most of my questions are just straight questions, not whether I think they're right or wrong. It's just questions. So I also do have my other question at some point, when we talk about parking. I mean, just in the surface of it, I like the idea of the type of parking that you're talking about, just because I've heard a lot of talk about large structures in East Milton with parking, and that seems a little scary to me because there is not a lot of large structures in East Milton. And so thinking of a 4 or 5 story parking garage just seems wicked, really inappropriate. So it's an interesting one. My questions are going to be probably around, what does it sound like if I live across the street from it? Is it noisy? Things like that.
And we've heard that question before, and we'll answer it. We just want to write them down now. We have answered it. It's not noisy, but
yeah, we don't have the time tonight. It's 9:51, so definitely.
But it's right. It's a legitimate concern.
Yeah.
So I might have another suggestion. On occasion, the board has taken site walks to take a look at some of the conditions. So, for example, where curb cuts are proposed for loading, where how far the setback might be from a particular property, or what's in the context of it. So would the other members be interested in doing a site walk?
I walk past it all the time. Going to the FedEx box. I'm not so sure I really need one.
I would anyway. The other thing I would probably ask is, I didn't write it down. I know that I don't know if it was Michael or who it was at the beginning mentioned some other locations that have parking like what this is. That would be interesting to me. I don't know if we're allowed to go look at somebody else's property, but it would be interesting to find out if there's a way for somebody to go view something like this. Like if somebody was on the East Milton Neighborhood Association on the board, would they, maybe they could go look too, or you know what I mean, like, and provide feedback to that neighborhood. Hey, I went and seen it, and this is pretty interesting. Or wait, this is allowed.
So
we did offer opportunity to go look at the stackers when we reviewed the Milton Marketplace application, site plan approval application, where they got approval to put in stackers, which they didn't end up
Isn't this
installing.
different though? Isn't
No.
this a little, sorry, I didn't mean to cut it off, but isn't this a little different? Like the stackers, this seemed very different. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
No, this is far more sophisticated than that. But what I meant, Rich, was that we didn't have the opportunity to go see the stackers if we so chose.
Okay.
So cool. I just point that out because you mentioned, that opportunity here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Rich, Ms. Kajani has her hand up again. I don't know if you want to take additional comment.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
I just was wondering if it's possible, the park that used to be on over the highway, is it possible for that to be extended on the left and on the right? Because it looks like there is enough height for the cars in the highway to go by, and that area can be used for some parking or for some relief of traffic in East Milton.
I can answer that.
Mhm.
There was extensive study, research, discussion about the original Milton deck proposal, and way back, it's federally funded project. It was originally supposed to have an office building on it and parking. It was a very different project. There were various reasons why that didn't happen. Principally, the funding dried up, and the funding that was available was for a park, for create park, a deck with a park, or to create that type of space. So our funding is that type of funding from the federal government. And we went through quite a process several years ago, talking about whether with the feds and with the state EEOC about whether we could convert part of the existing deck to parking, even to help with the parking situation. And the bottom line was everybody said no. Now, as far as extending the deck goes, the problem with that, it's been asked many times and looked at, is that you are creating a tunnel, and you can't do that. It has a lot of implications for fire safety and so forth. So the length of the deck as it currently exists is apparently as much length as you can get without having that issue of creating a tunnel. So we are not able to, I understand why you're suggesting it, because there's a canyon there. Ever since the 1950s, East Milton has a canyon in the center of it. And we partly bridged it with what we have, but it's apparent that it's not possible to extend it any further, at least without creating a whole tunnel system. And nobody seems interested in doing that.
It is
But
a great
it's good
question. It is a great question. I do recall it before, and I also remember it was a miserably long project.
Yes. And now it's being reconstructed because it was leaking or something.
It's taking a long time too. Sorry.
Another miserably long project.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think, and you can all kind of correct me. I think the next step is a kind of more detailed conversation on kind of site plan, kind of ground plane, all those various issues around kind of pickup and drop off, on-site circulation. And then I think, Cheryl's kind of, point about, how does this fit in with the report of the East Milton Working Group? And then between now and then, I will have an update on the review process that engineering, DPW, fire department are going through. That I think probably is worth its own kind of meeting. Typically, if there is kind of a peer review of a stormwater kind of system, that usually comes at the suggestion of DPW and engineering. So I think that's kind of one of the things that we're waiting for. If they feel, we need an extra set of eyes on this, they'll make that recommendation to the planning board. That's how it's kind of worked in the past. They may feel, okay, we've got a handle on this. We can kind of, figure this out. So I think that's a kind of important bit of feedback that we can get. And so I think, in terms of the actual kind of, calendar schedule, is this something where, we continue to the 10th, we continue to after that? It's kind of your all call.
I'd like to keep it moving along.
I'd like to get a site walk scheduled, Jim, and whoever wants to attend can attend.
Good idea.
Okay.
So we will, I'll get cracking on that on Tuesday as well. There is one more hand. Rich, I don't know if you want to take additional comment.
Yep.
All right, so we've got Suzanne Lombardi. I'm going to allow you to talk. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So Suzanne Lombardi, I live at 26 Pierce Street. My only comment is sort of really quick. I love that the board is talking about site visits. I've lived on Pierce Street for over 30 years. I'm here because I love to be close to everything within walking distance. And my comment is sort of, you know, off topic, but also as we think about development in East Milton Square, you know, I would love to make Pier Street in general more walkable, meaning proper sidewalks. And I think as we look at developing the square as a whole, and especially this large of a project at the end of Pier Street and Mechanic, can we just expand that sort of walking tour to maybe make the circle of Mechanic and Pier Street and really look at putting more resources towards proper sidewalks and really, you know, making East Milton more of a walkable, you know, desirable place for baby carriages and shopping carts and, you know, walking dogs and walking as families and all of that stuff that we enjoy living in a neighborhood that has both commercial and residential involved. And that's all.
Yeah, those are great comments. Thank you.
So do you all want to continue to June 10th?
Joey, I would just have to make a motion to continue the public hearing to June 10th
At 7:10.
at 7:10.
Second. Good. Roll call vote, I imagine. Meredith Hall? Oh, you're on mute, I think.
Yes.
All right, Cheryl Tagayas,
Yes.
Kathleen O'Donnell,
Yes.
Rich Beal, yes. Great.
The reason I say 7:10 is we have a another scenic road public hearing at 7:05. So again, for all the folks out in Zoom land, you know, we can't restart this public hearing before 7:10, but I suspect that we'll start it a little bit after 7:10, just because of that other hearing that's been scheduled. So
great.
Just want to say
So
thank you very much for
Thank
listening.
you, Marion.
Yeah, thank you, and everybody else for
Commenting.
joining. There's a lot of folks still on, so this is great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next item is the first new business item we have, is actually something that not prepared to talk about tonight. But I'll just kind of tee up the issue for when eventually it comes back on the agenda. This is a report on the 23 Wentworth Farm Road landscape plan. Folks who were around for the Wentworth Farm Road cluster development special permit process may recall that for the lots on Wentworth Farm Road, this is off of Ford Ranch Road, which is off of Hillside Street. The lots that were backing up to the properties that are on Ford Ranch Road had a requirement in those special permits. This is familiar to Marion, who is still here, have a requirement to maintain a 10-foot buffer area between their property and the Ford Ranch Road properties, and then also a requirement to submit a landscape plan for the planning board's approval. You know, just as, you know, by virtue of kind of providing contextual screening and appropriate plantings in their yards. So we do have a purchase of one of the lots on Wentworth Farm Road. Had engaged with me about reviewing some additional plantings in the buffer zone, which I thought looked just fine, but didn't yet have a landscape plan for the yard. It's a little bit challenged back there because of the septic field, and there's some stormwater kind of drainage infrastructure. So he was working with his landscape architect to get some additional drawings together for me to review and then for me to bring to you with a report. So that should be coming down the pike shortly. It's one of these things that you know, we wanted to do the approval, but have an opportunity to check up on things. So that'll be coming shortly. The next item is the approval of the Walcott Woods condominium documents. Yes.
So Meredith was waving, so I don't know if she.
Oh.
Marion.
Marion. Waving, yeah.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Meredith. I'm sorry. Were you?
Was
No,
you, not-
Marion. I said Marion,
I'm
sorry.
sorry, very, very brief. I saw this was on the agenda, so I looked at 23 Wentworth Farm Road. And one of the things that's a little bit odd about this requirement is for landscaping plan for the backyard behind the house. But if you, I don't know what the orientation of the proposed house is, but if you look at that lot, at least with the way the plan was presented to the planning board, the backyard's actually on the side where the drainage structure is and not on the side where the 10-foot strip is. So I think when you wrote that provision, you didn't exactly, you had the other lots in mind. So I don't know which is the backyard. So good luck. I mean, you'll have to decide. That's all. That's what the planning board's going to have to decide.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a very complicated thing because there's not a lot of land, but for the landscaping. But it is just the rear part of the lot, I think, that requires a plan. But anyway, thank you. Sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt.
No, thank you, Marion. And to Marion's credit, Marion is, she was an attorney on that project, doesn't have anything to do with any of these lots anymore, but has been very helpful in terms of helping me sort through the requirements of that special permit. So appreciate all that, Marion. So the next item on the agenda is, and Marion, I'm going to put you back in the attendees. We're all big fans of Marion, but you don't need to be a panelist anymore. You can probably, I was going to say, go home.
Nice.
All right. Have a good one, Marion. Thank you. The next item is the review and approval of the Walcott Woods condominium documents. Just by virtue of background, Walcott Woods, Carberry Estate, Great Estates PUD zoning. This is a special permit that was issued, I believe, in 2019. We've had a number of minor modifications, amendments, et cetera. I think work is continuing apace on that project, and I think they're ready to start, getting some folks in there. And one of the requirements in the special permit is prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, that the condominium documents are required to be reviewed and approved by town council, and then further reviewed and approved by the planning board. The reason being that, the master deed and the declaration of trust, there were draft versions of those that were presented as a part of the application, but obviously there are things that, you need to kind of work out, between an approval and when you actually start selling these things. And so, the planning board puts that requirement in the special permit to have that bite at the apple to make sure that everything is okay. So I'm going to spend just a minute. Hopefully he hasn't left. So I'm going to promote Steve Gallagher to panelist. Steve Gallagher is the project manager from Northland. And then Anthony Cicchello, I see you. We'll promote you after Steve has had a chance to kind of talk through what North End is proposing with these documents. We do want to hear from you. I have forwarded your correspondence to the planning board. I've also forwarded the response from Northland as well. So Steve, you're here, you're a panelist. If you unmute yourself, you can talk through kind of some of the issues that have kind of come up in the last couple of days regarding these documents.
Sure. Thanks, Tim. And thanks for sticking with us, guys. I know it's been a long night, but so actually, before I get started, maybe I should ask, is Matt Gaines on the call? He should be joining me here. So if you don't mind getting him on there, that would be helpful.
So Matt should be a panelist coming in.
Perfect. And just by way of introduction, Matt is with Marcus Arico, Emmer and Brooks, and he's Northland's attorney on multiple projects for items related to condo association. So he's had a big role in drafting, various aspects of these condominium documents. So I'm going to kind of let him take the mic for the most part and talk about some of the details of this. But really the big picture is that a few weeks ago, we passed this over to town council. Town council did review it. We then, forwarded it on to Tim and to get it on the agenda for the planning board, which we're now presenting to. And there was some comments from the neighbors, as you know, and I think, frankly, we responded to them today in probably a pretty generous way. I think arguably we could have pushed back on some of those a little bit harder, but we didn't, in an effort to be amicable and to try to just resolve this in a way that made people happy. We did change some things today, and we're now here in a way that has hopefully, kind of addressed the issues that were outstanding to the extent that there were any. But why don't I turn it over to Matt and let him talk about it a little more?
Thanks, Steve. So as Steve mentioned, my name is Matt Gaines. I'm a partner with the law firm of Marcus, Arrico, Emmer, and Brooks, and we've been representing Northland, I think, for over 25 years. Just real quickly about our firm, because I think it's actually going to somewhat relevant to what we're discussing tonight with the condo docs is, for those that aren't familiar with our law firm, we've been around for over 30 years. While we do represent a good number of residential real estate developers like Northland, the bulk of our practice in our firm is actually representing condominium associations and all of their various needs. We're the #1 firm actually in Massachusetts and the number two firm in the country in terms of the number of condominium associations we represent. We represent over 4,000 condominium associations, almost all of them in Massachusetts. And I mentioned that to you just to let you know that this is what we do. I mean, I in my 12 years at the firm, I've probably read thousands of condominium documents. It's a very exciting life that I lead, as have many of the other partners and attorneys in our firm. We've also drafted several hundred sets of condominium documents. Many of the associations that we represent are over 55 communities, like Walcott Woods will be. And we've also drafted many over 55 condominium documents. So the language that we put in the original version of the documents that you folks were presented a few weeks ago is what I have seen countless times before in many, many, many other condominiums in Massachusetts, and language that we have used in our own documents many, many times before. While I believe that language fully met and complied with the zoning and permitting, requirements here in the town of Milton, which is really all that the planning board sort of administrative review here. And that's really all this exercise is really an administrative review by the planning board and town council to make sure the condo docs do comply with zoning and permitting. While I think they did already, there was a letter submitted by Attorney Cicchello on behalf of a couple of abutters that raised some issues specifically regarding the language in the documents about the over 55 provisions. So, so as not to, make a mountain out of a molehill and hopefully get this passed, because as Tim indicated, our client is very much ready to start selling units, and we have some closings teed up pretty soon here. So we're anxious to get these approved so we can get the CO. So as to not delay that, we did decide in the last, 12 hours or whatever it was to tweak the document slightly to hopefully alleviate the abutters' concerns raised in the letter that was presented to the board. Those proposed changes were emailed to the board this afternoon. Hopefully you've had a chance to review them. I will give you the quick highlights of them. As you saw, there was a redline version of just a couple of sections and not significantly redlining, even though the changes are major. It really was only a matter of deleting a handful of words here and adding a few more words there. And just the highlights of the changes, just so everyone's aware, is that the new language now limits occupants to people who are 55 plus. And we're talking about the permanent occupants, not guests, but the permanent occupants to 55 plus. We deleted the language which would have allowed a spouse or domestic partner who is under 55 to live in the unit. So, again, the original language we had would said that, at least one occupant had to be over 55. And a spouse or domestic partner of that person could be under 55. The abutters objected to that, and so we have now revised it so that it does state that the units have to be occupied by persons age 55 and over. The other change we made is that we shortened the amount of time that under 55 guests can stay in the unit. It was, originally you could be no more than 12 consecutive weeks and no more than an aggregate of 24 weeks over the course of a calendar year. And we have changed that now to no more than 12 consecutive weeks and no more than an aggregate of 12 weeks over the course of the year. I mean, it's fully expected that obviously over 55 residents will have people who are under 55 come and see that. Maybe they have friends who happen to be 52 who live in Vermont and want to come down for a long weekend, or their grandchildren come and stay for the holidays, or their own children come and stay for the holidays. So I think, everyone, I think it'd be ludicrous to assume that, no guests under 55 could ever spend the night. I don't think anyone was ever insinuating that. And so we've limited it a little bit how long those guests can stay there for. And the other most significant change we made is that we did add language stating that no room in a unit can be changed into a bedroom without the approval of a planning board. So if, once the unit starts selling, if an owner wanted to, change alter their unit to add in an extra bedroom, they couldn't do that unless the planning board approved. So we believe that these changes, while probably weren't really necessary, they hopefully take into account the abutters' concerns. It's my understanding that town council has already looked at these revised languages and has approved it. And so we would hope that the planning board would do the same tonight so we can proceed on with this project. If you folks have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah, I'll start. Just a couple comments, and then I'd like to hear, Tim, if you have any comments, and especially the rest of the board. But I also would like to hear if we've got a response from the neighborhood. So just my comments of this. So while I've only been on the planning board a few years, I did spend 6 years, which with Cheryl, much of those years on the warrant committee, and Walcott Woods, then I think Carberry Estates, was definitely throughout that whole time, or most of it. And what I do recall was we spent on the warrant committee an awful lot of time talking about these provisions. And I obviously do not still have my notes. They're probably here somewhere in the house, but we spent a considerable amount of time talking about it. They were referred back to on several occasions when we were talking about traffic. There was statements, these are 55 plus communities, a lot of them are snowbirds, people will be leaving, sometimes they're second homes. So I don't want to minimize what the neighborhood is bringing up as concerns, because we spent a lot of time, especially in the warrant committee, thinking about this, talking about it, hearing from the neighbors. And I know that your team spent a lot of time negotiating with the neighborhoods. And so, not directed at you, Matt, but I do take, some pause at the way this is looking, just because, there was an awful lot of concessions made. There was a lot of negotiations made. And so from my opinion, if there were changes to those agreements, it's definitely not trivial, in my opinion. And so I'm glad if what you're saying is there was some changes made, the neighbors disagreed, and now we've altered that to their satisfaction. If that's the case, I'm excited. If not, then I definitely would like to talk further about it. But I'll open it up.
I'd like to understand the legal regulatory aspect. We are not a party to an agreement that the select board signed. We are only a party to the special permit that we issued for an application that was filed pursuant to particular zoning. So are the documents consistent with the special permit? Is my understanding of what we were asking for when that was put into the special permit, and we're asking town council to confirm that that's the case. So that's what I would like clarification on. Tim?
I could clarify that.
Okay.
Because I read the condo docs. I've read today's amendment, and I agree with Matt that he didn't need to do it, but it's nice that he did, because I think that should satisfy the concerns that had been raised by the abutters. But our special permit, which is all we're supposed to be looking at, condition number 23, says that prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy, there's a review by town council and the planning board to do the following things: to ensure that all the owners are members of an association, which is it's a condo, of course they are, they don't have a choice, and all the members have to pay fees, it's a condo, they don't have any choice, and the town's entitled to enforce the provisions of the special permit against the unit owners, and they get reimbursement of fees. That's all it says in number 23. That we're looking at the condo documents for the enforcement of those provisions. And so, yes, it is a condominium, so they are all members of the association. They all have to pay fees. And there's a provision in the document that talks about if the town takes any enforcement action, that the town gets reimbursement of its fees. So I think our only issue at this point is to see whether or not those provisions in the special permit in number 23 have been complied with. And as I said, I read the condo docs. I did have some questions. I did call Matt. There was a whole bunch of typos in one of the exhibits, and he took care of that. And I did ask a question about the enforcement of the condominium documents say that any unit owner and the trustees can enforce a violation of the age restrictions against some other neighbor. So some neighbor is, having, a bazillion children stay with them for, months on end. Any unit owner and any of the trustees can enforce that provision. And the town, if we're going to send out our building inspector to do a bed check all the time, our town has a right to enforce the terms of the special permit. But at this point, all we're being asked to do is to approve the condo docs for those limited purposes that are in number 23.
Tim, is that consistent with your discussion with town council?
I mean, we didn't talk so much about that. I mean, I think what the issue that we've been kind of wrestling with is, there's, and this is the question that came up when the proposed zoning amendment was discussed back in October, November, where these age restriction issues came up, where, there was an assertion that, these were necessary changes because the development agreement, which was signed prior to the zoning being passed, sort of informed the zoning informs the special permit. It, includes the 55 plus age restriction and doesn't really say much more, in terms of specificity of, does everyone need to be 55? Can there be kids? It doesn't say anything about any of that. And so I think, the issue that came up, and we'll, I think Rich said that he did want to hear from Mr. Cichello. We can promote him to a panelist in a minute. The issue that I kind of have a question about is, the planning board may have a kind of limited purview here per Kathleen's description earlier, which I don't doubt. But also that doesn't make the kind of objection of the party to the development agreement go away. And so what are the implications of the planning board approving these documents? And then, the town is the counterparty to the development agreement. And now you've got the other counterparty kind of, objecting. The planning board may not necessarily be in the middle of that, but also this is a stage in that process that I'm not entirely sure, quite frankly, kind of what the implications are.
Yeah.
I remember, Tim, when I was on the board when.
Sorry, I don't think we're in the middle of that. I mean, there's a special permit. The condo docs say that the condominium is subject to the terms and provisions of the special permit. If there is a violation, right now, nobody's living there. There's no violation. There's nothing that's anybody's done that's saying, oh, they're in fact loading this place with, a bunch of underage, 52-year-olds. There's no violation here. So the fact that we've approved the condominium documents for the limited reasons that we're looking at it doesn't change anything. They still have a special permit. They still have the zoning. There's always an opportunity to do the enforcement, which is why there's a provision in there that says if the town decides to sue, to say, excuse me, but you guys are not, you're not following the terms of the zoning or the special permit, we get reimbursement of our fees.
My understanding is when we permitted this project, that we were solely responsible to make sure that it was compliant with the zoning. And we because we are, like town council advised on when we were discussing Winter Valley, we are not a party to other agreements. And those agreements are not, we only can make decisions based upon what the zoning is allowing and our special permit, put the conditions in our special permit based on that review or that application and the zoning. So we were not looking at every provision. In fact, I don't recall looking at that agreement at all, because what we were looking at was the application, the materials in the application, and then and the zoning, and whether they were compliant, whether there were issues, whether there were conditions that we needed to impose. So that's why I just think it's important for us to be clear what our roles and responsibilities are for some of these things, because it can be confusing. And that's where here, I think it ties only back to the special permit and what the special permit requires. I agree with Kathleen on that. But in any case, this is a more broad discussion, because this they sound like they've made a lot of the changes that were requested. But I do think it's important for us to understand really where we fit into this.
Do we want to hear from Tony Cicchello?
I think so.
Yeah.
Although Meredith, did you have any comments first?
I wanted to hear from Tony to hear.
Okay. All
But
right.
it sounds like an agreement that's been made, and it's we're on track.
Tony, you're on if you want to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for hearing me. As you know, I'm Tony Cicchello. In this context, I'm here as a representative of several of the neighbors. Jack Weeks, Matt Hyatt, and John McPhee all live on Carberry Lane. They're abutters to the property. They were very involved in the process that got us here to where we are today. So, not to bury the lead, what I'm asking tonight is that you not approve these condominium documents tonight. My clients saw these documents for the first time yesterday. I've had a chance to do a cursory review of them. Some changes have been proposed. I haven't had a chance to discuss any of those changes with my clients. This special permit was granted in 2019. Is there another crisis and another reason why tonight we have to approve documents that were presented to you in their latest form several hours ago? I don't think so. But let's be clear. Context is critical here. We negotiated in good faith with this developer from day one. My clients came to a point where they were satisfied, and they worked with this developer and helped this project get passed in its current form. We were told from day one that we were going to be treated respectfully, fairly, and that we were going to have a straight shooter on the other side telling us what the facts were. This project got permitted, and look at the special permit, look at the zoning language. The zoning language is pretty unequivocal. Occupancy of units that are developed on site shall be limited to persons who are 55 years of age or over. Period. Done. End of game. That's what was agreed to. That's what town meeting passed. Any special permit has to be consistent with that. That's the agreement we had. The developer wanted to change it. As soon as they got in the middle of the project, they decided what they wanted to change that language. Again, it was a hurry up and wait. Right before the deadline for the October town meeting, we heard about an effort to change it. There was discussion back and forth. We didn't get to agreement. Things slid. Nothing happened. Right before the February town meeting deadline, there was another effort to try to get this resolved. It was like, again, it was last minute and we didn't get to agreement. And what we heard was, we're not going forward with this article. We're withdrawing it. We're not going to pursue this change. Fast forward 4 months. Monday, I'm in the middle of a multi-day, all-day hearing, and I just happened to see that the planning board agenda has come out, and flip on it and find out, oh, the condo documents are on. I asked other counsel who's not handling this for a copy. He didn't have them. Tim provided me the documents. I sent them to my client. I wasn't even able to read them because I was in the middle of a hearing. And lo and behold, the very same language that they wanted to extend the town zoning requirement, they slide into this thing and they're trying to put it through the dark night. That is outrageous. Now let's talk about substance. What they're proposing clearly wasn't what was agreed to. You can have an over 55 development, which is what they now want, but that's not what we agreed to. What was agreed to was everybody that lives there is over 55. They've made some changes. They're moving in the right direction. I have some real concerns about some of the other language. I haven't been able to talk to any of my clients about them. Right now, you could still live in this development. Mom and dad are 55. They got 3 or 4 kids boarding at Milton Academy, and they can live here for the summer. 14, 15, 16, 17. Because they're guests. That's not okay. So there's still some work to be done. I think they're moving in the right direction, but for them to now try to jam it through tonight on language that nobody's seen for more than 3 or 4 hours, if that, I think is outrageous. It smacks of bad faith. And if they want to treat the neighbors like this, that's just not going to go down well. I would also note, nobody from the neighborhood or the town has heard from these folks, gotten any status report since at least October. And I think that that is problematic, and it may well be related to the fact that they didn't get the zoning change they want in October. I would ask you to not vote on this tonight, to allow people to review it, and then bring it back after the neighbors have had a chance to look at it, review it, and then you can vote on it after you get input. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
May I?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was wondering if I could just respond a little bit to some of those comments, or?
Sure.
I certainly take exception to a lot of the comments that Attorney Chichello made about my client and how he's operated here, but I'm certainly not going to go, counterpoint on all that. I don't think that's productive at this hour. And again, I would really just go back to the comments that Cheryl and Kathleen made, that, the board's review here is very limited. And most importantly, I think we already complied with the permit in the original draft that you received a few weeks ago. To the extent we did not, we absolutely unequivocally do at this point, based on the change that has been made to state that occupants must be over 55. Of course, there's language in there that allows guests. It would be ludicrous and unreasonable and likely discriminatory if we didn't allow, guests who are under 55 to stay there. I mean, people, parents live there. My parents lived in an over 55 themselves for a number of years. I would go out and see them for the holidays, and I would spend a couple of nights there. That's just how all over 55s work. Of course, guests under the age of 55 can stay there for some amount of time. And we have limited, and again, the duration is pretty standard in terms of almost all over 55 communities in Massachusetts and the hundreds of condominium documents that I have seen in terms of the duration of guests. And more importantly, why on earth a resident or residents who live over 800 feet away from this community cares and will possibly even be impacted if a couple of, children or grandchildren spend a few weeks or maybe even a month at mom or grandpa's, house is beyond me. They will certainly not be adversely impacted by it. The only people who actually would be adversely impacted by it will be the other residents in the community themselves. There could be, Unit 1 has a bunch of kids staying there for a little while. Unit 2 right next door doesn't like it. Well, Unit 2 is going to complain, to bang their drum all nights to the condominium board and the property manager. So, the people that are going to be impacted are the residents themselves. And as Kathleen pointed out, the documents allow those folks to take their own action. So if there's problems or nuisances or whatever concern, I can't even imagine what the concern is really of the abutters, but if it's noise or nuisance that, these children who might stay there for a couple of weeks are going to cause, A, it's purely speculative, and B, the residents in the condominium are going to take care of that anyways. So I think at this point, the changes we have made clearly comply with zoning and in the special permit. Your scope is extremely limited as to your ability to review. Getting a butter's input is usually not even part of this process, and it would be, crazy to have, you'd have 50 cooks in the kitchen if all of a sudden you had butters chiming in on every little sentence and clause in condominium documents. That's just not how this exercise works. The scope of review of the planning board is very, very limited. I know I've repeated that many times, and I'm going to keep repeating it because it is important for you to understand that fact. So I would just urge you to approve these documents with the proposed changes that we submitted today. As I understand, the town council has reviewed them and has approved them as well.
Okay, thank you. No, I thank you both for the comments. In the interest of time, it's 10:36, and I know, Tim, you wanted to talk about one more thing. So I'll be honest with you, I'm not interested in voting on this tonight. I don't think it'd be an issue to wait till our next meeting or give it a little bit extra time. But interested in what folks have to say.
I would make a motion to approve it tonight. And I would say that I appreciate Mr. Chikala's zeal in defending his clients. But in fact of the matter is, provision number 23 of this special permit says what we're supposed to be looking at. And all of the issues that he wants to raise about compliance with zoning and all of that sort of stuff are not in condition number 23. And if there's other areas that he can go to court, he can try to enforce the special permit, he can enforce the zoning. We're not the court here. We're just approving these condo docs under that provision in number 23. And the input of on the condo docs from the neighbors is not something we should be taking into consideration at all, nor can we under the terms of our special permit. So, so seriously, the language in the permit says we're only looking at it for those three things, and those three things are in there.
I would like to agree with Rich. I think that the special permit, the language in the special permit and what is in the condo docs needs to be the same thing. And what we were asked to vote on, obviously it's been changed, it's been corrected, but the neighbors were very involved. And the whole reason why this project happened was in agreement with the neighbors. And so if what is in the condo docs is not exactly what was in the special permit, I think it just needs to be vetted and it needs to be just, I don't see the harm in voting at our next meeting.
Kathleen, did you make a motion?
I did.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? Nope.
I think I'll just make the comment again. I'm not an attorney. That's why I asked Tim, and Kathleen answered, and Tim spoke to town council. My understanding, this is my sixth or going into my 7th year on the planning board. So this isn't the first of this kind of things that we've talked about. And I know tonight I've said a couple of times, let's be clear about what our role is here, because sometimes it can be unclear and we have to, really make sure that we don't overstep what our role is in certain situations. And I know that because there are times that the community members don't have opportunity to speak, they think that the planning board might be their right opportunity. And I think we owe it to everyone to listen, but we also owe it to everyone to be clear about what our responsibility is. Before I was on the board, I understand there are times that the planning board made decisions that were challenged by applicants, that the town had to, be a party to legal lawsuits. And, we have to be mindful that we shouldn't make decisions that are going to put the town in that kind of position because we've overstepped our bounds. And that's just I just want to be clear that I believe this is a situation, as Kathleen has outlined, that we do have a very limited role. And it's not that I'm not sympathetic to the concerns that people have and about the work that went into that agreement that the neighbors and the select board signed. I was on the warrant committee when this was being discussed too, and I was on the planning board during the permitting process, so I understand all of the history. And it may be difficult for people to accept this position, but this is the position that I think is correct, that we have a very limited role.
Yep, I appreciate that, and I'll take a vote, but I'll chime in too before we do. Just to clarify, I'm not taking a position. I understand that we have a limited role. I'm not asking us to increase our role. I'm not asking us to do anything. All I've heard is that I haven't heard that the developers are on a time crunch, that something had to be done by tomorrow. I'm hearing a neighborhood that was definitely part of this process raised concerns and had, I'll be honest with you, it makes sense when somebody says, hey, this came over to us today or hours ago or yesterday. Can we have some time to just read it and understand it? To me, that's, I'm not increasing our scope. I'm not asking us to change anything, and I'm not even taking a side. I just don't see a problem with waiting till the next vote, especially since we're down a person. So I see no issue with that. So that's why I said, why not wait till next time? I'm not even taking a position. So let me make that clear. I haven't taken a position. I'm just saying I don't see it as inappropriate to wait for the next time to give these folks a chance to communicate a little more. If they don't, I think I'll take a side. I'm sorry, somebody jumping in?
For a second, if I'm allowed to.
Just to finish my thought, thanks. I haven't taken a position, and however, I would take a position next time around as a point. We have a vote in front of us. I think we should just take the vote. So we'll do a roll call. Kathleen O'Donnell,
Yes.
Cheryl Tagayas,
Yes.
Meredith Hall,
No.
and myself.
Rich, what was that?
Yeah.
We lost you, Rich.
Oh, am I back? Oh, it looks like everything was, my connection is unstable. Do you hear me?
Mhm.
All right. Yeah, Tim, I don't know what the process is. When
What was your vote? I don't think we heard.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess my computer didn't like it either. I said no. Again, I'm not taking a position. I don't know if Meredith, you were.
No, not at all.
I don't see, we're down a person. I don't see the issue with waiting and giving folks times to chat. If they don't decide they want to talk it through, I can assure you I will take a position next time around. It's 10:43. We still have one more item we wanted to talk about. So
I think that point that Steve Gallagher was going to make, if I can quickly, and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, is that there is some time sensitivity here actually, and that there are closings. I don't think there's a closing tomorrow, but there's closings teed up very shortly. I think next week, Steve, or
Yeah, it will certainly be a problem for a couple of closings. And I appreciate, your comments, but my comment would simply be, I'm not sure what 2 weeks is going to do for us. I think, as Matt said, and I haven't really heard Attorney Cicello contradict that, the changes that we made today are clearly, in compliance with the 55 plus. That's unequivocally correct. So if we're just going to sit on it and do nothing for 2 weeks, I'm not really sure what that accomplishes. That's the one thing that he raised a question about with regard to zoning, and there's just no question that we're in compliance with it. So I'm really not sure what 2 weeks is going to do for us.
yeah, other than possibly delay some, closings.
Yeah, not to cut you off, but I appreciate those comments. This seems to have just came over. If you had some closings, I'm not sure if, Tim, this came to you weeks or months ago, and we as the planning board sat on it for a while, and now we're seeing it, or if this truly just came over yesterday.
Well, the
I guess I would
changes-
question why do we have closings in 2 weeks?
Well, the new language, the new language did just come today, but the condo docs themselves were submitted a couple of weeks ago, right?
No, it was more than that. It's been to the town council for several weeks, and then we were
Yeah.
on waiting for the agenda for a couple of weeks. So I would guess it's all of a month.
With all due respect, we could just go right around.
Sure.
At this point, I think it's, I actually don't know Tim, what do you do at this point?
I got to figure that out.
Okay.
Okay, we'll hear from Tim, I guess.
What do you mean what we're going to do? Are you going to tell us what I would assume we are on the agenda for the next meeting, right? If nothing else. Is there any reason why we wouldn't?
I need to talk to our attorneys and figure out kind of what I need to get clarity from our attorneys about exactly kind of what the planning board's scope and role here is, as it relates to these. I thought it was relatively clear, but it's apparently not entirely clear. So we just need to follow up on that. So yeah.
When is the next planning board
June
hearing?
10th.
June 10th.
June 10th.
Okay, so it is possible and hopeful that we can at least be on the agenda again for that meeting?
I will not be here at that point, so I can't tell you that, but Tim can.
Yeah, no, it's definitely possible, and I'm not gonna drag my feet on trying to kind of get to the bottom of this. Again, this was not something that I anticipated being the issue that it's been, and so there's been a lot of running around, kind of trying to figure out. So I think we all kind of need to get our heads straight on what the planning board scope and role here is, and kind of clarify what.
Well, you've heard my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we have to ask what town council's opinion on the contents of what we submitted is, and we know with 100% certainty that he believes.
So Steve, here's what I'm going to say. That there was a proposed zoning amendment a few months ago that included a bunch of exceptions to a kind of really strict construction of what 55 plus means. And I think, personally, as and from a professional opinion, I thought all of those potential amendments were very reasonable. I think to Attorney Gaines's point, these are all things that, occur in the course of a regular sort of 55 plus development. But the fact of the matter remains that there was a sort of, I don't even know if I want to call it a tacit admission that the zoning was not consistent with what you guys were trying to do. And so the fact that article got pulled is kind of, okay, it got pulled and we didn't go forward with an amendment. But I guess my confusion, and we don't have to talk about this now because it is getting really late, we can kind of figure it out offline, is you know, the section 23 talks about the condo documents and kind of what the planning board's role in evaluating and reviewing the condo documents is. But also, I guess where I'm coming from is there's a dispute over what an authorized development is. And that's section 1. You know, authorized development is occupancy shall be limited to persons aged 55 and over, right? And that was what the nature of the zoning amendment proposal was, is kind of clarifying what, you know.
But they're not doing a zoning amendment,
Yeah.
and part of that was because seriously, they had some buyers who were looking for a different, they had an attorney who was representing a buyer who was making a big issue about the language. So
yeah, I know, Kathleen, but I guess my point here is that there's a dispute over what the condo documents are. The condo documents.
Yep.
But Tim, they
doing an authorized development, or are they getting around?
But they're not anymore. Even if they were for a brief window of time, as of 2 o'clock this afternoon or 2:30, whatever time it was that we submitted the proposed changes, we're not anymore. And I'm not admitting that we were doing anything wrong to begin with, because I don't think we were, but we've certainly corrected it unequivocally at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a couple things there. One, I would say, to Matt's point, I agree that there is no question that this language does comply with the special permit. That's unequivocally true. The other is in terms of the zoning amendment. I mean, if you'll recall, really that was the focus on that was on children. And that was, I mean, I will admit that's a significant difference. It certainly is something we raised publicly and we talked about in the proper manner, you know, with the planning board, and we decided not to pursue that. So clearly you can look at the documents now and there's no question that there will be no children of any age in the development. So I think that's the reason that there's no discussion of a zoning amendment now. It's just that we're not pursuing that change. I mean, so that's, to me, that's a dead letter. And I think you could argue about the exact interpretation of the 55 plus prospective spouses. I think there's a pretty good argument that what we wrote before is compliant with the special permit, but to be extra certain, we made it even more strict, such that I think there's absolutely no question now. So I would really encourage people just to not use this as a piece of leverage to kind of litigate everything that's happened in the past, everything that anyone thinks about anything. I would just say,
I just want to cut off. I'm sorry. It's 10:51, and I take a little exception to that, because I just want to say, I'll restate it. I'm not taking any opinions or sides. I'm not saying you're right, you're wrong. I clearly, what I heard, you guys had a great presentation. We asked the Attorney Chicello to give us the opinion of the neighbors who were very much involved through this process. And it sounded like they needed a little time. We were at 10:40, and I personally thought that was not something, not an awful thing to give.
Understood.
And that's just it. I mean, honestly, I'm not saying, I'm not here to tell you I don't agree with you or anything. I just don't think it's a bad thing to wait 2 weeks. That was just my opinion, and we were at a stalemate on a vote. And if we go round and round, it's going to get worse and worse.
No,
I don't think it's necessary.
I appreciate that, Richard, and I clearly think that that's a good point at this hour of the night. And so hopefully,
I apologize. I get it. I get the frustration.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we Steve just did chime in just because you had asked if there was any time sensitive issues, which
I appreciate that.
But fair enough. Hopefully, we can get this done by June 10th. As Steve said, I don't think anything's going to change, nor does anything need to change between now and then. So we look forward to seeing you on June 10th and having a quick, swift and approval of yes, so we can all live happily ever after.
Excellent. And Tim, I would recommend just what you just said a minute ago about kind of diving it into a little bit more. Maybe you can do that and provide some more feedback to your thoughts.
Will do.
Thank you. Tim, was there one more thing, or it's 10:53.
So there's and Steve, Matt, thank you. We'll be in touch next week, and we'll see if we can get this sewn up. So thanks for sticking with us so late.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
You too.
Okay. Thank you.
The last item on the agenda is, I think, a standing item for the next few weeks of discussing fall town meeting articles. We are 4 to 5 meetings away from the warrant closing. And I think maybe there's not enough time tonight to do it, but I think the board is going to want to kind of talk about, there were some things that were pulled, some things that I don't think we had anything referred for further study, but we did pull ADUs. I'm sure we want to talk about how to tweak that and get that across the finish line. And then also we had a request from Ned Corcoran, who was representing BID Milton, who has partnered with a memory care provider and developer of memory care facilities to redevelop some land that they have on Highland Street. Just to sort of give an introductory kind of presentation of their development partner. I think Denny had made the request that if they're going to present to the planning board, they should come with a site plan so that the board understands kind of exactly what it is we're looking at, and that folks tuning in have that opportunity. And I think Ned agreed and said, we want to do a little bit more homework and have a more robust presentation. So that was going to be one specific thing under this item tonight, but that was pulled this afternoon.
Tim, though, to that point, are they going to be looking to the planning board to sponsor a zoning amendment that would allow that use on that parcel?
That's a good question. It's a good question.
Because the zoning obviously doesn't allow it there. So
right. And
there's some process.
Yeah. So no, and I think that's kind of why, it's kind of, there's 5 or 4 at this point, meetings before the warrant closes. They want to be able to sort of work with the planning board to do whatever kind of work. I think their thought right now, and I don't want to sort of reveal too much, that's not mine to reveal, but I think they are looking at the existing assisted living residential development zoning that we have and potential amendments or changes to that. But one way or the other, they are trying to look to go through a zoning route as opposed to an alternative entitlement scheme. And so they do want to sort of, whether it'll be a citizen's petition or a planning board article, I haven't heard anything about that from them. I think that's a worthwhile conversation to have potentially next meeting when they want to come and present. So we'll figure that out.
And I guess my for the fellow members, I would like to say, if you think about the way it went with Winter Valley, which was a very small zoning amendment, and we were basically making comments that we hoped that the citizens petition signers would accept. I want to suggest that if we think this is an appropriate use for this site, that we consider sponsoring the zoning so that we are more in control over the parameters that get put in zoning. So just what happened, a good example might be, if you think about the original ice house, there was a citizens petition. It got kicked to the planning board for study, and the planning board sponsored zoning that then got approved for town meeting. And that zoning was much better than the citizens petition. So, I just think if that's a route, that if we think that this is a good opportunity on that parcel, and my understanding is that the hospital received bids from 40B developers as well, or proposals from 40B developers as well as, and they maybe they'll get into that. But in terms of we should discuss this kind of use for this parcel. And if we think that this is a good use for this parcel, then I'd like for us to consider sponsoring the zoning.
I much prefer that to a citizen's petition and going through it. That just, it's also getting a really bad precedent. I just feel like, it happened with Winter Valley, but that's not the way we want.
Right.
Right, Meredith, absolutely.
Agreed.
But I would want.
Sorry, go ahead.
Going through a residential route, using existing zoning, what amendments they would be making. I would be curious on that too. But
yeah, I think it can be a dialogue, Meredith. I just think it's better for us to be in control.
I agree.
Of the final language, that's all. And in fact, that assisted living, Rich, you and I were on the warrant committee when that zoning was put forth by the planning board, and there was a developer in mind it became the planning board's article. I wasn't on the planning board then, but it was a planning board article. I remember speaking to the planning board to say, why are you including muttons on windows in assisted living zoning? But, you know. So Tim, maybe you and I can get a laugh out. Anyway, it's just like the appropriateness of how to do, whether you want a design guideline or a design standard versus a zoning requirement. Anyway, but I provided comment then as a citizen architect on that zoning. But again, it was the planning board, and that's planning board article, even though there was a particular developer who probably wanted that zoning written that way.
Great. Yeah, makes sense.
So this will be a standing item on the agenda for the next 6 months or until fall town meeting happens. So just, you know, I know Kathleen and I had a little conversation about ADUs the other day. I know we'll want to, you know, use what we learned from the public hearing and town meeting process to kind of, you know, work on that.
Tim, can I ask, make a request in terms of this as a standing item?
Yes.
We had in the past a list of articles that we were contemplating proceeding with, and some of them were ones that were kicked back. Like, for example, making modifications to the traffic mitigation article. Or we've talked about, like, and that's the one that we haven't brought back up. The ADUs is actually one from several years ago, I think. But if we could take a look at that list, and if we could, and then talk about updating that list, because I don't want to lose track of East Milton and the work that we've already started and paid for and neighbors expect action on. So I think that if we're going to proceed for something for East Milton, we should be looking at next spring, and it's not too early to be planning that, because it's a process. It's going to take a process, and 4 or 5 meetings would not be nearly enough for that. So if we waited until after the fall town meeting, we'd be in a bind again in terms of how much time we have between then and when the new warrant opens and closes for the spring. So I think it's good for us. We always get in binds. It's good for us to plan a year out, is my point.
Good points. I think that's all we wanted to cover, right?
That's it.
Okay.
Who's going to make the motion?
Thank you, Rich, for chairing, and I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Excellent.
Second.
Cheryl Tagayas,
Yes.
Kathleen O'Donnell,
Yes.
and Meredith Hall.
Yes.
Thanks, Rich, for doing a great job.
Thanks. All right. Take care, everyone.
Okay,
Bye.
good night.
All right.